spotlight and the recognition of our student representative and public comments to be switched. So I'd like to move public comments from 6A to 6B and the golden spotlight from 6B to 6A. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Brianna seconds. Any board member discussion?
I'm going to suggest, based on the number of emails that I have, I take it there are some people here that want to address and do public comment before we go into closed session. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm proposing that the item that I think these people are here to discuss, I'm not sure that everyone understands that open session starts at 7:30, and I think we'll have additional comments at that point. So I'm proposing that the item that we may be discussing in closed session is pulled off the closed session agenda now. I'm interested in hearing all the public comments, both from this group and the 7:30 group. And at that point, once we have the information we need from the public, then we would adjourn to closed session for discussion. Do I have a second on that?
Kelly Johnson, I
Point-
second.
Point of order for a second, please. Ken, that was my second amendment. So I think we need to resolve the first one first, and then we go to the second amendment. So I can call a question on amendment 1, moving 6A to 6B, moving the golden spotlight before public comments. Kelly?
Aye.
Paul Trapp, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Okay, so we've amended 6A and B will swap. Now, the second amendment, in line with what Mr. Falsgraf was referring to, is that there are people here who want to comment. And I'm recommending that we are going to split our closed session. The first closed session will be for items 1, 3, and 4 only, student discipline, contractual matters, and legal counsel. We'll have our closed session at the normal time for that. As soon as we go to closed session, we'll return to the board, handle 6A, Ms. Rudd's recognition, and then go into public comments, and then re-adjourn to closed session to handle item 2, which is employee matters. In closed section on a separate issue.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Just so the public's clear, the discussion that you guys are all here for, we will take to the end of our night after everybody's been heard, just so that everybody's on the same page.
Well, it's clarification. If they want to make comment now about the second closed session item, which is the employee matter, you can do so. Or if you choose, when we go to after public, you can do it during public comments, and then we're going to adjourn to closed session to take up employee matters after we've heard all the comments. You can comment here, we'll do couple of things, and then we'll have another public comment. So you can do that if you have time restraints that you can't be here when we come out of our first session at 7:30. You can do it now if you want. We'll take those into consideration, or if you want to do it at the regular public time when we come out of the closed session at 7:30, when we come out and have public comments. Following that public comment session, we're going to adjourn to our second closed session. And the item for that closed session is just the employee matter. Then I think most of you are here to comment on. So are there people that want to comment now because you can't be here at 7:30? And you want to go ahead and comment now, so we can go ahead and take that comments now and have that information, and then we'll.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so a point of clarification, there's cameras rolling right now. When you step up to the microphone, there will be a camera on you. All of your comments will be captured. All of them will be on the district's website. This will be captured in eternity, along with each of our individual votes. We're doing everything we can to make sure that had we come in here and there's a bunch more people coming in at 7:30, it would have appeared that we rushed this through the vote, and I don't do business that way. So everyone will be heard before I step back. And when it comes time to make a vote on this matter, I want a roll call vote so everybody knows exactly who voted what. And that will go into the record on that. film as well. Thanks.
Any other board member discussion? Let me clarify the amendment then. So for the first one will be, as it will have the first contents, the discussion matters for closed session number 1, which is not on the board agenda, will be for items 1, 3, and 4 only. We'll adjourn to closed session, handle that matter, come back out, handle the golden spotlight, entertain public comments, and then we'll go for our second closed session at item 6C. For items 1 only will be the employee matter. And then when we finish that one there, and the time restraints will be the same, it won't exceed 1 hour. And then we will come back out, and then there will be a report out of what transpired, if anything, during the second closed session, and then we'll resume with the rest of the agenda for the night. Right? And so if I can get a motion for that, and board consensus on that, and then as soon as we do that, before we proceed, we will have public comments that for those that are here tonight.
Chad moves it in.
It's already been moved, we just need to go.
I'll
So
second.
It's already been moved, and we just need, oh wait, sorry. Okay, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls draft, aye.
Brianna Texoni, I.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I. Record shows that this amendment for the adjusting the closed set to have 2 closed sessions and 2 reporting periods has been adopted. So now the question for the regular board meeting agenda as amended. Do I have a motion? Chad,
I'll second.
Brianna, board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls draft, aye.
Brianna Texoni, I.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. The amended agenda has been approved. So now, do we have public comment cards for those who want to speak now?
Yes, Mr. Jorgensen, we have 5, and I'm not sure if we have anybody waiting on Zoom. That's enough. So 5 public comment cards in person.
Okay, so for those who are going to comment, I have to read twice here. Let me find it here real quickly. And then I'll call your names. Two items that I need to read. The public has the right to comment on any items in closed session agenda. Members of the public will be permitted to comment on any other item within the board's jurisdiction under 6A public comment at board meetings. Public comments. Please submit your card to the Ms. McCauley over here. Speak to the Board of Trustees card located at the exhibit table, which I see some of you have done, on any agendized or non-agendized item to the superintendent prior to the meeting. Not more than 3 minutes are allotted to any one speaker, and no more than 20 minutes is for the same subject. This portion of the agenda is for comments, recognitions, and reports to the board, and is not intended to be a question and answer period. If you have any questions for the board, please provide the board president, that's me, Mr. Jorgensen, with a written copy, and an administrator will provide written responses to you at a later date. So in no particular order, I will call your name, and if you'll stand up here to the platform and just state your name for the record. The first one is Cameron Wadsworth. Is that right?
I'm Kevin Wadsworth. I'm here speaking on behalf of Dr. Murphy, my principal at the high school. I just want to put in a few quick comments regarding whatever is going on with him right now. In terms of the connections that we get with him and the connections that we get from the employees around the school, I feel like he has been the most on our level with the youth in our high school and the kids in our school, being able to relate to us and being the best overall principal that I feel like we've had in the past 3 or 4 years. I've only been in the school, I'm a freshman, but my brother has been in the school since freshman and senior. He graduated in 2021, and they went through 2 or 3 principals. And it seems like every single year is a new principal. So I think that however it's going to go around or however it's going to work, Dr. Murphy is a reliable and someone that can relate to the students on a personal level and is the best choice. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. Hope I pronounced this right. The second speaker is Tammy Perillo. Perillo? Okay, sorry about that. Can you just state your name for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Tammy Perlow. Okay, I have a few things. First, this is my first board meeting I've been to. It's the first one I feel completely compelled to be here and voice my opinion for the first time. I've been in this district for 12 years. I have never stepped out of a meeting. I have one student left in the district who is a freshman who's here tonight, and he loves Dr. Murphy. I've had two students leave this high school because of the non-consistency of principals. So tonight, I just want to say a few things about Dr. Murphy. First, he's the first person you see every morning when you drop your kids off at school. And I've heard he's the last person that's here. I've never seen that with the principal in our district. I haven't seen that with a superintendent in 12 years in this district. Second of all, he shows up at all the sporting events. He's there for our kids. On a Saturday morning, I believe he lives over an hour away. He shows up on Saturday mornings to a JV baseball game. That's like unbelievable. And he's shagging balls and he introduces himself as his first name. Sorry, I don't do this. I went through Facebook today. There's a lot of people that can't be here. I went through Facebook today and the things that people wrote were unbelievable. Came in on a Sunday and he helped kids fill out college applications. I've never heard of that in this district. And you know what? Our district should be like that. We're a small district. This is what we need. The morale is finally coming back. We're coming off of COVID. We need him. Our kids need him. What else? The kids love him. My son's been called in his office for something that my son should have done in the classroom. You know what he did? He said, what'd you do? Should you have done that? You shouldn't do that. Where are you at in your grades? Let's see what you can do. Oh, you know what? Look at that dropped. Why don't you do this? That's what our kids need. We need this back in our district. And I don't know what my question is, why? If there's this many comments regarding all these amazing things, we as parents finally want to know why. We have watched it. We have become resilient to it. We're done. We're over it. I have never stepped foot here. And I just want you as a board to understand that we finally need consistency. Our kids need a morale. We are a small district. We should have that small town feel back. You know, you've been here for many years. We need it back. And it's time. When I first moved out here, the football games were full. We had teams, we had sporting events, everybody went to. We didn't have any kids in the high school we went to them. We want that back, and Mr. Murphy is giving us that. So I just wanted to say that.
The next speaker, Lisa Vasquez.
Good evening, all. I sent an email earlier and I'll just read it so the public can hear what I sent the board and the superintendent. I am Lisa Vasquez, a 21-year Acton resident and a mother of a 15-year-old son and a 19-year-old daughter. Both have attended Meadowlark Elementary and High Desert Junior High. They both run the top of their class and held positions in ASB. My daughter did not attend Vasquez High School out here because of the constant changes in staff at the high school, the inconsistent lack of leadership, and the low morale. This year, my son was a freshman and didn't go to Vasquez either. Little by little, I kept hearing a lot of positive changes in leadership, the morale of the high school, that Principal Murphy was making, and how he has really stepped up by working well with teachers and students. My son's friends have all told him how they like the principal and that he's easy to talk to and the respect around school is better. I have also spoken with teachers who have told me that they're really happy to have a principal who stands behind them and works as a team. I have felt good about all the positive response that my son and I met with Nicole Salcedo and picked out his classes for next year. I really hope there's some thought to all of this for the sake of the children at Vasquez High School. I was so encouraged by all the positivity from other parents that I've spoken to about the principal, that the consistency and structure is what we need. Please keep Principal Murphy.
Thank you, Ms. Bessie. The next speaker would be Lori Fox.
Hello, my name is Lori Fox, and like Lisa, I sent an email today to all of you, and I'm going to read that email right now to everyone here. Superintendent Sahakian and school board members, I'm Lori Fox. My kids have attended school in the district for 16 years, and I remained pretty neutral this whole time. That is until today. I was told Dr. Murphy had been asked to resign. I do not support this decision. Our students regularly feel abandoned by the very administrators that are supposed to set standards for mentorship in this district. How do you mentor students? How do you claim to care about education? How do you care about students? By asking our Vasquez principal to resign after less than a year? I dismissed this district's practice in the past because I believe Dr. Murphy's predecessor is inferior and hoped with each change, the next principal would be better. But I feel like you got it right this time. You hired an exceptional principal for our high school. You should be proud, you should be supportive, you should have his back, you should defend him. Because let's be honest here, there's never been a good principal that didn't piss off some parents and sometimes their boss whilst doing a great job. Now he's being asked to resign like it's so easy to get a qualified candidate to lead our high school, a candidate that will mentor our students, care about their education and care about them. Is the challenge too difficult for current leadership to make this principal stick? Are you not up to the challenge? Did you not hire him in the first place? You don't have the time to make this right, but you have time to do it over and over and over again. 16 years and over again. If Dr. Murphy needs direction, coaching, or information, give it to him. I hope you don't give up on our kids as quickly as you give up on their principal. Consider his success your success and his failures your failures. What would you do if your job depended on him succeeding in his? What would you do? Like your child, you can't just walk away if they fail. What would you do? This community, these kids, even the teachers love this guy. The students, parents, staff, and teachers support this principal and want him to stay. Represent the community that elected you. And remember that it's a choice for parents to enroll their kids in this district. We know that because we have people here who are choosing not to put their kids in the district. I want our district to succeed. I believe in public education. I want them here. So like I said, it is the parents' choice to enroll their kids in this district. How's that been going? I can tell you how it's been going. I looked at the agenda, I watched the projected numbers, and they're just crashing for our district. And it's a sad fact of our future. Ask yourself with every decision that you support if you're doing what's best for our students. Sincerely, Lori Fox.
The next speaker, Mary Dawson.
Good evening, I'm Mary Dawson, Dr. Sahakian and the board. My children have been in this district for 19 years. I will have 2 attending Vasquez High School this fall. The children of this district have been through a tremendous amount of turmoil, as we all know, over the last 2 years with COVID, quarantines, online learning, staff turnover, no staff to teach the classes, and new principals. They are only now returning to a somewhat normalcy in their lives. For the first time in many years, we have seen the kids of Vasquez speak positively about the school. When my older kids went, they called it trailer trash high. And most importantly, they speak positively about the principal. I've heard about Dr. Murphy helping the kids with college applications, understanding college rules, encouraging them to make smart decisions about their schedules. These are things that have been sorely missed for years in our district. I have seen new classes being formed under Dr. Murphy. The kids respect and like him. The parents and teachers respect and like him. Why can't this superintendent try a little harder to find and work with his positive attributes? I recognize a decision to ask for a resignation is not taken lightly, but the district terminates principals almost every single year. The kids are upset. The community is upset. Our children are not as resilient anymore as you think they are. Not with everything that they've been through. They are breaking. We are breaking. We are sick and tired of the turmoil. You hired him, work with him. We want him to stay. Dr. Murphy started last fall, and by spring, you were already threatening him to leave. Before that, the attention was on the middle school principal for the same. You hired them, work with them. Focus more time, effort, cost. You focus more time, effort, cost, and turmoil of the students in the community to change things instead of spending that to make things better. Why isn't our superintendent more focused on things like declining enrollment, as Lori said? Do you know that more than 10% of high desert students aren't attending Vasquez? Are you asking yourself why? Do you care? Do you care about our children? Please provide them stability. This board rarely takes into account what the community wants. Listen to us. We are pleading for our children. This time, please make an exception. Thank you.
Is that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me, is there anyone else that wishes to speak right now? Fill out the card. Sandra, please.
The yellow card right there.
Yes.
Anybody came in afterwards and wants to speak, please fill out the yellow card and step up.
Let's let the board president run the meeting.
That's it.
Thank you. Sorry about this.
Jim, you make it very clear, because no one could hear me, that anybody who walked in and would like to speak, public comment right now, fill out a card, step up to the mic like these other people have, please. Yes, please.
Sandra, is that B or Bell?
Beck, B-E-C-K.
Oh, B-C-K.
I'll take 90 seconds.
No problem.
What time did?
Just state your name for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Thanks.
Sandra Beck. I'm asking the esteemed board and those in attendance tonight to think about uncertainty. With the turbulent past few years, with mask, no mask, yes vax, no vax, schools open, it's closed, online or offline. Our lives have become ruled by those little plastic test kits that create unbelievable uncertainty in our academic environment. Do we like certainty as human beings? We're hardwired to want to know what's going to happen. And when things change abruptly, we feel unsafe. We feel threatened, and uncertainty rages and creates anxiety, depression, anger, frustration, helplessness, and hopelessness. And that's what I'm hearing tonight with some of the parents. Our students, and all of us, need stability and certainty. These two key components that affect the mental health of our high school students are in jeopardy. Another principal, another vacancy. I don't even know how many teachers are needed at the middle school. But as a community, as a board, as a school district, and as a parent, we're all doing something wrong. We're piling on more uncertainty in our students' lives with these choices. We need to work and develop the talent in our district, not cancel them. I don't know what Ricky did. I don't know what he didn't do, but I do know the ramifications of yet another new principal. It creates massive uncertainty that ripples through the student body and the community. I respectfully request that the school board investigate to see that the district has identified, developed, and seen Dr. Murphy's talents, but also given him the opportunity, every opportunity, to improve his deficiencies. Only then can we be certain, and that's what I'm talking about tonight, certainty, in our decision to force yet another change on the weary shoulders of our current students. Thank you.
Other speakers? Okay, so we're going to have a second public comment session when we come.
Hang on, I think there's people filling out speaker cards right now.
Ma'am, I see you, are you preparing to speak now or at the regular public after we come out? We're having a second public comment session after close. Pardon me? Whoever's filling out a card.
What's the difference between now and later?
It's the same public comment and we're going to have the same opportunities. Just that we're split. We're having two closed sessions rather than one. The one closed session I think that you may be interested in is going to be addressed after the public comments that come second. So we're not going to discuss that until we have that second public comment when we come back from our initial closed session. It's just that we don't return from the closed session until 7:30. So it's 30 minutes.
I'm gonna wait for our parents to show.
Okay, so we'll have a public comment then. So go ahead and fill your card out. You can give them to Ms. McCauley and then we'll have you in the queue and there'll be no problem, okay? Okay, we'll move on to item number 2, public participation at board meetings. Dr. Zaki, is there anything else that we want to talk about?
Not at this time, Mr. Jorgensen, thank you.
Okay, item number 3, we're going to adjourn to closed session number 1, which will be discussion items on labor negotiations, conference with legal counsel, and student matters only. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session number 1?
Motion.
Brianna,
Kelly Jensen, second.
Kelly, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's graph aye.
Brianna Texel, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, tonight. We're going to adjourn to closed session number 1 at 6:58. For those here, we'll return to regular session at 7:30. Hi, welcome everybody. We're going to reconvene the regular board meeting at 7:40. And we're going to go, Mr. Wadsworth, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Stand up, you're wearing all Catholic God, hand over your heart, ready to begin.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4B, copy of the civility statement. Yeah, would you read that for me, Brianna, please?
Sure. The civility statement states, communicate clearly and concisely with a respect for the time of others. Listen objectively, carefully considering the opinions of others. Understand the counterproductive effects of disruptive, demeaning, and intimidating behaviors. Understand and respect district policies and procedures. Maintain a respect for the rich history of the district and the efforts of others who have served in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Texoni. Item 5, closed session. We had an amendment to the agenda. We had 2 closed sessions. We just concluded closed session number 1. The board will consider and may act on any of the following items in closed session. Any action taken in closed session will be reported in open session as required by law. Closed session may be called at any time during the formal meeting by the motion of the Board of Education for the purpose of discussing pupil problem, purchase consultation on legal problem, or with an attorney and with employee organizations with regards to salaries and/or fringe benefits. All formal action involving such matters must be made in open meeting. For closed session number 1, discussions were to include conference with labor negotiators, conference on legal counsel, and student matters. It's my duty to report to you, the board unanimously approved staff recommendation for the amendment to compromise and release of student ID number 228-528-9268 was approved unanimously 5-0. We've had the second amendment to our board agenda, and we're moving to the Golden Spotlight 6A. Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Most student board members are high school students and serve a 1-year term. They have outstanding academic performance, as well as rich experiences in extracurricular and youth leadership programs. Diversity is a characteristic of student board members. These students represent and advocate for their communities and use their role to improve education and for all students for districts. Our student board member, Ms. Haley Rudd, is no exception. Not only is she excelling in her academic studies, volunteers her time through culinary arts, is a super athlete. She has served as our school board student rep with great pride and efficiency. We thank her, her family, her friends, her peers for allowing her to take on this task as student board member. So tonight she is our golden spotlight. Haley, job well done. On behalf of the school district, Mr. Jorgensen, we do have a plaque for Ms. Haley Rudd. So if the board could go ahead and bestow this upon her. And
let's do board member comments, and then we'll do the presentation. We'll start with Ms. Jensen.
Haley, thank you so much for all you've done. You've kept us informed. You've given your perspective. You haven't been afraid to speak up for what you believe in and support all the students in our district. And I just really appreciate all you've done. I know you've been really busy with your homework and your sports and everything else, and you try to sneak out whenever you're done with your business. And I just really appreciate you. So thanks for all you do.
Hey, the most important thing to me that you've done is you're always coming here with a different uniform on. I saw you on the stage, medals, trophies. There's nothing you haven't done. But the most important thing to me is when you come in here to report to us, you report to us about the kids at Meadowlark that aren't in here represented. And I thank you for your representation of all the students in this district, not just your high school kids and your interests. So exemplary, thank you.
I really appreciate that you are here, meeting after meeting. That's not always easy. It's hard for us to get here. So thank you very much for your time, your dedication to Vasquez, High Desert, and Meadowlark. You're an incredible student. You're an incredible board representative. I will say that my favorite thing about you, Haley, is that you speak your mind. I hope you never lose that, your ability to say exactly what you think in a manner that's still respectful of everybody around you, and you get your point across. I really appreciate that, and that personality trait will definitely take you far. So hold on to that and keep it up, kid. Thank you very much.
Haley, thank you for your time here. It's been much appreciated. You're an all-star in all avenues, academic, sports. As Brandon just said, the fact that you stand up to adults and you're willing to speak your mind and give your opinion, that's an asset that most kids your age haven't developed yet. So congratulations on that. And keep pushing forward. You're going to do great things in life.
Haley, thank you for your consistent reporting for all the sites, Vasquez, High Desert, and Meadowlark. And you are proof positive that athletics contributes to academic success. Your leadership on your particular team, softball, cross country, and as well as your classrooms is a testament that all your peers will be able to look at. And we look forward to the next year's class nominating their next person to follow you, and you've set a high bar for them. So thank you again for your constant reports. And I know you bug out of here when it's time to go study and get your stuff and let the adults do all the boring stuff. But I want to thank you. We appreciate it very much for all your hard work and accomplishments with regards to representing the students of the district. Board members, if I could have all the board members come down and stand in front of Haley, if you come down and present you with your award. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stand around the table. I forgot to tell you, you have to stay all night. Thank you again, David. The amendment to the agenda moved us, we moved to item 6B, which is public comments. Huh? What's that? Public comments. We have some comment cards here. I need to read this for you. The public please, your request for your Board of Trustees card located at the exhibit table, which we have for any recognized, agendized or non-agendized item to the superintendent prior to the meeting, which we have. Not more than 3 minutes are allotted to any one speaker and no more than 20 minutes on the same subject. This portion of the agenda is for comments, recognitions, and reports to the board and is not intended as a question and answer period. If you have questions for the board, please provide the board president, myself, with a written copy, and I'll see that the administrator will provide written answers at a later date. We have several that want to comment. Let me see here. And I believe that, okay, I believe we have two comments. We have two different topics that we want to talk, that we want to receive comments on. And I'm going to do this one first so that we keep them together as best we can. The first one the first speaker I'd like to recognize is Ms. Pamela Wolter.
Okay. All right. Well, we can do that.
Now, for you and other speakers, as you come up, all you have to do is just state your name for the record, and then the lights will go up and you have 3 minutes. Thank you, Ms. Wolter.
Thank you. Pamela Walter. I've got a couple of comments tonight, but I came here strictly to give the board and good evening to all of you. I haven't been here in a couple of months, but I wanted to let you all know that the Acton Town Council has received information from the High Speed Rail Authority that the draft EIR that we were expecting to be done in March or April of this year, which we knew was going to be a huge project, has been postponed briefly from what they're telling us. It could come out this month in June, or it could be in July. We're just not sure. I've been the chairperson of this committee for about 10 years now, Acton Agua Dulce against the high-speed rail. So we stay closely in touch with our representatives and the people that can give us the most up-to-date information about the high-speed rail. We briefly had a meeting with them, we being the town council, and we were informed that the preferred route may have changed. So what we anticipated we would be studying on the draft DIR could be different. There could be as much as 5 or 6 new items, routes for us to look at. So I'd just like to keep you all informed about what's going on. It's a difficult project, and we all know it's going to be very close to our schools. So it's always been very dear to my heart. When I got involved with this project, it was going to be underneath my house that I wasn't even finished building, that my husband was building for us. And it was going to be 300 feet under my house. My well was at 900 feet. I panicked. I jumped in. So we're still working on it. I just want you all to be aware, we've got your back. We may not be making announcements like we used to, and we may not be able to bring it to your attention the way we would like, but that's why I came tonight. And then when I got here tonight, I found out there's more to the story.
Excuse me, Pam.
Yes.
That was a public service announcement, benefit the entire community. Let's not penalize the time on that. Let's start the time over, please.
Okay. I just want you to know, you all have my heart. I'm very sad to hear that there's still problems in this school district. I hope and pray we can solve them in a mature manner for our students. That's all that matters here. These kids. I don't even have a kid here. None of my kids graduated from here or went to school here. It was my grandkids. They're in Mammoth now, simply because of a job. But my heart is still here. I owned a business here for 30 years, and we fought hard to get everything that the schools needed. The first computers at the junior high were done by the real estate organization. So folks, that's all I've got to say. I wish you the best and good luck.
Thank you. Okay, the rest of the cards are all on the, I believe, are on the same topic that most everybody here is to address and make comments. We're going to do our best to have everybody have the opportunity to speak. Please be concise as best you can so we get with our time frame that we'll let everybody have an opportunity to speak tonight. In no particular order, I did not put these in alphabetical orders. So I'm just going to call them as they were presented to me. The first one is Jody Rutt.
Tim?
Yeah.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Guys, we typically go into closed session at 6:30. There's a public comment before that. So typically people come in if they're seeing something on the closed session agenda that there's only so much information is allotted. Some people came in before you all got here and spoke to this issue prior to us going to closed session. The item that we'll be discussing that is related to this has been delayed out of that closed session and separated out. The board wants to hear all of your comments before we return to closed session and discuss this item by itself. Had we just scooted back there based on 5 comments, you all wouldn't have been able to tell us how you feel, and that certainly that does not represent what I feel and vote on. So that's why this is happening. So feel free, if you haven't filled out a card and want to, go ahead, please.
Okay, Mr. Rutt, if you just state your name, please.
Jody Rutt.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dr. Murphy clearly has a lot of support from the parents, students and community. So we, as parents, students, and members of the community, deserve to know why a popular principal is being removed. We realize you may not be able to give all the details, but we have a right to know if he's being dismissed for cause, performance, or if it's a personal matter between the superintendent and the principal. If it's not for cause or performance, then we as parents should have input in this decision. We elect you as a school board to be a voice for us in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Cassandra Watson, sorry.
Good evening.
Just state your name for the record.
I am Cassandra Watson. I have 3 kids who attend this district. We've been out here for about 8.5 years. I have only had the pleasure of meeting and interacting with Dr. Murphy one time. That was all it took for me to know that he cared about the students and wanted what was best for them and for them to make good choices and to be good human beings and good students. His sole interest is what is best for the school and its inhabitants. In the short time he has been principal of Vasquez High School, he has done everything he could to improve things. It is very clear that a good majority of students like Dr. Murphy and want him to continue to be their principal throughout the remainder of their high school career. What is also very clear to the parents and the community is that there seems to be a revolving door in our district regarding teachers and principals. It is alarming and unsettling for the community and most importantly for the students. Everyone knows the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. The village includes not only family and friends, but teachers and school staff. Teachers are an integral part of a young person's life, especially in their teen years. For the teachers and staff to be changing continuously and consistently, what seems like every school year can have a very huge and negative impact on the students and their mental health, especially when the teacher or staff care as much as Dr. Murphy cares for the students and staff at VHS. We, the parents, students, staff, and community members, implore you, the members of the board and the superintendent, to consider this vital information and the negative impact that will have on our children. Thank you.
The next speaker, Elizabeth Nunes.
She's absent. She left to go pick someone up.
Okay, she might get back. Oh.
Hi, I'm Liz Latello. I learned English in this classroom in 1988. I'm a VHS alumni of 2001. I've had 8 children at the school district. I currently have 4 enrolled. My son Francisco Nunez graduated yesterday. Thanks to Mr. Murphy, he is the first one in our family of about 20 of my immediate family that have attended this to go to the university. He took his Sundays to apply to 4 different state universities. He took a Friday at 9 p.m. to make sure he had his financial aid applied properly and it would be no out of cost. My son was accepted and now is attending San Marcos State University. He had no hopes of going to school before Mike Murphy attended. That is a principal that is for the students. I've interacted with him and he's amazing. He's amazing. And I know many of you guys, Mr. Jorgensen, you have coached and you have been around for a lot of my family members. And I expect you guys to do what's right for the children in our community. They need a principal that's going to stand for them and protect them. And you guys need to back him up, back up the community and make that decision. There's many other things, but I'm not going to address it here today. I'm going to address the positive of Mike Murphy. I will come back and address the other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron, the first name is, how you pronounce your first name? Hazelin. Sorry, I couldn't read it. Sorry, Cameron.
Hi, my name is Aislinn Cameron, and I am a graduating student of 2024 that currently attends Vasquez High School. And I have attended this school district since I was in the 1st grade. My older brother graduated from Vasquez in 2019, so I am very familiar with the rotating principals that happen in this school district so often, and I fully believe that it is not okay. And I ask you to observe what has been caused here. There are 72 people on that Zoom meeting that cannot be present here, and I don't even know how many people are in this room and how many people who can't be here today that want to support Dr. Murphy. And I know in my hands, I have a paper that I would like to read to you. The following students of Vasquez High School campus support Dr. Michael Murphy's continued position of principal at Vasquez High School. There is 100 signatures on this paper that support his position at Vasquez. I collected these 100 signatures in only 2 hours during finals week. I was not able to go to every classroom or get every person. So I know there's people maybe even in this room that were not able to sign this petition that have wanted to sign it. Murphy has gone above and beyond what the duties of a principal is. When one of our previous teachers, Mr. Ramirez, had to leave the school early during the year, Murphy did not hesitate to take the stand and adopt 5 periods of a teaching position that he did not need to do because we couldn't find a substitute. I was in one of those classes. We were able to get an education that maybe we were not able to get if he didn't step up. He graded our papers on time with by hand, the little red marker. He made comments. He really, truly cared. He did more than some of our, no offense, teachers at Vasquez, teachers do, and it's their job. So he was a teacher and a principal at the same time. You're expecting that or more, something better from someone like Murphy to just fire him against the student body's permission? Like, no one is truly supporting that here. And I think everyone standing in this room truly proves that. He's done so much for everyone here. I know he has defended me as a person of disability in the school district. He's protected me against substitutes who didn't want to give me my accommodations and tons of things that he did not need to do. He attends every after school event that he can. He goes above and beyond to show his support. And that's the teacher, or that's the principal we need at such a small school. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Malone.
my name is Karen Malone. I've been here before. I'm sure you recognize my face. The last time I was here, we had an issue at Vasquez regarding my daughter. We brought it all to your attention. Nothing was done, but that's okay. Dr. Murphy took care of the whole thing all by himself, turned the situation 360 around. My daughter turned out from getting on the wrong direction, getting not so good grades, to a straight A student. Murphy belongs here. So I'm sure all you agree. This is the principal for Vasquez High School.
Next speaker, Brian Malone.
Good evening. My name is Brian Malone. I came before this hearing the very first day that Dr. Murphy started. We were going to pull the child out of the school district because this school district was so lax. If everybody in this room would take a good hard look, it's this guy right here, okay? Now, we came to him numerous amounts of time, he wouldn't do anything. Then all of a sudden, Dr. Murphy came. He promised, I will turn the school around. I'll get the students on the straight and narrow, and I'll make sure that the marijuana selling and usage stops. And he did exactly that. And now it's time, he's done his job, for all these parents and students to support him. And you people sitting up there should be appalled. You are beholden to us, the taxpayers and the parents. You're not beholden to him. If all these people don't want him fired, they want him in this school, that's exactly where he should be. And you guys shouldn't be having closed hearings on this. You should be allowing all of us to be in there so they can be heard, and all of these people that are on Zoom. I'm embarrassed. This saddens me. You guys are trying to sweep it under the carpet, just like he did when the marijuana was being sold out of the school. Tried to shut it up, tried to keep it quiet. And what happened? Dr. Murphy had to handle it. That's all I can say to you guys. You guys are letting the best thing that this school ever has. You're gambling on getting somebody else that's going to be better than him. It'll never happen. You better think twice about what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Desiree Malone. Desiree Malone.
My name is Desiree Malone, and I'm a student at Vasquez High School. I'm a sophomore going to be a junior. And I just wanted to say that before Murphy came here, I was in a really bad place, and I didn't have a good enough to say I wasn't focused on my future. I wasn't focused on my goals, and my grades were not good. And once Murphy came to school, he really motivated me on how and why I should keep my grades good, and why I should be focused on my goals in the future, and why I should get into a good college. And I really think that there's a lot of kids who need that motivation and help to be focused on their goals. Because there's a lot of kids who don't really want to go to college and don't really care about their grades, but they really should. And I really think he could help them. And that's why I think he should stay at school.
Next speaker, Christine Bennett.
Oh, that's it. Hey guys, I got papers for you again. I'm Christine Bennett. I did make you a packet, a copy. The other day, I got wind that our superintendent was planning on firing our principal. So I literally wrote up a thing saying, who wants to keep him? And going around the school. That was me walking around the campus after school, asking parents and students. None of these were forced. And actually, if anybody looked at me like they were unsure, I asked them to not sign, because I'm not okay with that. Okay, so I just wanted to give everybody a list on the board of the students that. Oh, and one for you. Not that I hope nobody's ears are painted on to these children because everybody wants Dr. Murphy to stay. I would guarantee you that your positions will be replaced in November when you are all up if he's done.
Looks like Noah Adams.
Hello. Is it? All right, it's working. My name is Noah Adams. I've been a student here since freshman year. By far, Murphy has been the best principal that we have gotten. Not only does, stuttering up.
Okay, take your time.
Not only does he try and go beyond his paycheck, what he's paid for, he truly cares about the students here. I've seen him walk into my class, Mr. Mangel's class, tired and disheveled. He told us that he was working all night in his office doing paperwork for the students. Now, if I just want the parents in here to know that this man right here goes above and beyond for us, the students, and I can't even get special ed services from you. I have gone 2 years without getting my services, and Murphy and Mr. Mangle have fought tooth and nail to get me these services. And now you are trying to fire Mr. Murphy, when by far he's the hardest working principal that I've seen at this school besides Mr. Brockway. I think like Imba, I don't remember if this was first semester or second semester, but he sat each grade level down to talk about college and getting in their futures. Not once have I had a teacher that has done that for a whole school. Shoot, let alone one person, right? And you guys are firing him? I don't know, man. This is like the third principal we've had, and you're trying to fire him. This year, in 1 year. That is embarrassing. I am sorry. That is embarrassing. 3 principals in the same year? What does that say about him? And what does this say about you people? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Let's see, Haley play up. Haley? Blaha? Sorry.
Hi, I'm Hillary Blaha. I think so much good has been said. So I feel like a lot of the comments that I prepared have all been said. I just want to do a bit of a testimonial for a minute. First impression, Dr. Murphy was out guiding traffic, moving the valet line along. Don't remember ever seeing that before. That was amazing. Then the girls had trouble with their soccer coach. Some real bad trouble with their soccer coach. To the point where they may not have been able to compete because things were so bad. Dr. Murphy stepped in after hours, coached the soccer game all the way down. Where were we? Van Nuys or something? In the valley. Guy doesn't even live anywhere near here. Out coaching the girls' soccer team. I mean, come on, that is above and beyond. So everything everyone's saying is so true. First impressions are everything, and so proud to have him as the kids' principal. So thank you.
James Rudd or John Fox?
They're both.
They gonna do it at the same time? Okay.
I'm John Fox. I'm a sophomore at Vasquez.
I'm James Rudd, and I'm also a sophomore. Okay, so Dr. Murphy is by far the best principal we've ever had at this district. He's only been here for like a few months, and he has already made such a tremendous impact on everything. All the kids are getting better grades because of awards he's made, like the Student of the Month award.
While Dr. Murphy has also been our principal, he has taught my English class because our English teacher had left the school, or we should say quit, and he had taught the class for a whole month, which I don't think I've ever heard of a single principal doing that. And he is also a great problem solver. He analyzes the situation by using both parties, and he makes a very good educated decision after hearing out both parties, and then he takes action.
Which is why we believe that he should stay principal at this high school.
That's it.
Heather Lundqvist.
Heather Lundqvist. Good evening, board members, Dr. Sahakian, Ms. Shah, and Mr. Mirza. I'm Heather Lundqvist, a teacher in the AAD USD district for 21 years now. I'm a parent of 2 students, one former and one current, and a community member of 42 years. I've seen a lot of positive and disappointing things come about from our district. Tonight, I'm here for 2 reasons. One is to support Dr. Murphy, and the other is to express my concern about the countless ways the district has mismanaged and wasted money and resources on things that do not directly benefit our students. First of all, getting rid of a principal who genuinely cares about his students and staff is a huge mistake and a disservice to those impacted. We at the high school need consistency, dedication, and discipline on our campus. We cannot achieve this with a revolving door policy with our principals. 5 and 4 years is absolutely ridiculous. You would think a decision to forcefully remove an administrator from a campus would involve interviewing the students, the staff, and the parents who are actually involved. This has never happened. We, the staff and students, see how Dr. Murphy operates firsthand. We see his daily interactions with our students, his presence at the sporting events, and how his car is the last one to leave the lot, especially when he's helping students and their parents fill out difficult FAFSA forms and college applications. Unfortunately, his hands have been tied from the start, and yet he still has managed to create new and fun opportunities to help our students improve school spirit and culture on our campus. Another concern is our student safety. While Dr. Murphy was trying to maintain a safe campus environment for our students and staff, the district dismissed and overturned disciplinary action directed by Dr. Murphy regarding a serious incident. In order to be effective, he needs support from the district to protect our kids on our campus. On a different but valid note, we do not need a new school logo. Students do not care or even know that this is a part of our district agenda. Ripping up the gym floor, removing spirit banners in the gym simply because they do not embellish the new logo is a waste of money, time, and resources. This action does not enhance our school experience for any of our students, and the thousands of dollars that are being spent and devoted to this project should be spent on new programs or equipment for specialized courses, not on something we already have and do not need. The bottom line is we need the district to hear, acknowledge, and support the needs of our students and our staff instead of dismissing them and moving on with their own agenda. You have a devoted staff who teach here for the long haul. But when our concerns are not addressed or even considered in important decisions, you will have valuable teachers and staff move on. We request to have Dr. Murphy remain as principal of Vasquez. It's time to do what's right and put your personal opinions aside and listen to the people who are here tonight. The ones who are here represented in this room, the ones on Zoom, the parents and teachers and staff, and the numerous ones on the petitions. We are a small town with small town values, which should be managed differently than that of a larger school district. Our students deserve to be heard. I mean, they are the reason that we're here after all. Thank you for your time.
Presenter, Jacob Thomas.
Hello, my name is Jacob Thomas. I've been a student here my entire life. And I'm here in regards to defend Murphy, Dr. Murphy, as principal. He has done nothing but continue to create a safe environment for student learning. And he's also personally helped me as a student succeed. Pulled me aside from classes that I was failing or that I was about to fail, and he helped me. He told me what I should do to increase my grades, not to mention the fact that he's also helped me start an entire esports team at the high school. Without him, that would never have been possible. In the end, Murphy is the best president, or not president, sorry. Murphy is, I wish. Murphy is the best principal I've ever seen, and I think this school district has ever seen themselves. Thank you, good night.
Next presenter, Jennifer Sanchez.
I am Jen Sanchez. I am a parent of two, so I'm gonna take 6 minutes. I'm kidding. I've got twins that are here now, and I've got an older daughter that graduated in 2016. So I don't have to repeat what everybody is here to say about Dr. Murphy, but I do want to say to the board, this is your opportunity. So in 2016, my daughter went to high school under the guise of that big clamshell. They never get to go in. This is your opportunity to be transparent. This is your opportunity to have the perception of everybody in this room come together in a way that doesn't feel shady, doesn't feel slimy, doesn't feel wrong to the parents, wrong to the kids, wrong to you. If there's something we don't know, explain it to us. Be honest and be open, be honest with these kids. This is their time. This is the 4 years that they have. Their perception isn't good. The perception is there's people that are here to leverage another position. There's people here to do their time and go. That's not fair to them. They're asking you, and what I'm asking you is, I think everybody in this room is asking, is just listen, hear it, compromise. I know that's not a word that we use very often right now in this society. Compromise. Give to the kids what they need. If you want to be a part of what they want and you want to hear what they want, go to the school. Spend time in the classroom. I know, Mr. Jorgensen, that you had been there many years with my daughter, Corinne. Spend some time with them. Hear what they're talking about. Sit in the class. Spend the time with Dr. Murphy. Don't do it just here. Don't do it just listening here. Spend the time every day to make the opportunity to see what every person in this room is telling you is important to them. And understand that this is something that this community values. Great. That's all.
Next presenter, Susan Knight.
My name is Susan Knight. I don't have a child in this district. I didn't even know where Acton was until we navigated to come up here. But what I do know is Dr. Murphy, and I have known him for 18 years, both as a principal at the first public school my daughter attended. We had come from Arcadia, and I kind of held all principals up to Mike Simonello of Highland Oaks Elementary, who has since moved on. But I looked at Mike Murphy the very first day. I walked into that office at Pinion Hills Elementary, and he's unpacking school books. And I said to the secretary, who I had known before, who's this guy? She said, that's the new principal. I said, he's unpacking books? Yep. This is the guy that sees something that needs to be done and gets it done. Absolutely. And I stand here and tell you the biggest mistake that you could possibly make as a board individually is to let this principal go. He will take this school to new heights that you've never even thought of. I know this about Mike. He cares about these kids and their excellence and getting the job done and getting them into four-year colleges, not community colleges where they'll take just about everybody. Four-year colleges. And that's what you want. You want to see these young people, these young kids achieve greatness. I know Dr. Murphy, he's godfather to my daughter who has special needs, to my two sons. He's everything that everybody has said about him in this room is the God's honest truth. He doesn't put on a show, and I'm sure he's going to come into heads with teachers, with parents, with administrators, with the board. There's going to be this, but there's no shame and in saying, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. We're going to keep you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Laura White.
Good evening. My name is Laura White, and our situation is a bit different from all of those that I've heard today. Our daughter's freshman this year at Vasquez. We actually chose to be in this district. We had heard mixed reviews, but she really wanted to go to a smaller school with kids that were hopefully more like-minded as she is, and could maybe have more opportunities. She has an IEP and has struggled through the majority of her school year thus far. This year, she's had straight A's. And last week, she was presented an award for academic achievement by Principal Murphy. He has attended each of her IEP meetings. He has attended any parent meetings that we have had, and has always been encouraging, kind, and positive. His character is one that these children can look up to and replicate. He's proud of them. Look around. They feel it. He's proud of them. Anytime we see him, he has a smile and a handshake. Don't we want our children to have a principal with such a strong sense of character? The children feel like they matter. Isn't that what we want? The staff feel like they're supported. Isn't that what we want? As a district, we're looking for many paths of learning to one standard of excellence. It says it right there on the wall. Dr. Murphy is one of those paths to that standard of excellence. Thank you.
Melody Rodriguez.
My name is Melanie Rodriguez. I just wanted to say that I, as a Vasquez student, think that Mr. Murphy is a great principal. He interacts with us students daily, and he's the only principal in my 4 years in Vasquez that I know has done amazing things. I don't even remember the other principals' names. The last day for the seniors, Mr. Murphy was making burgers for us students. And no other principal has ever interacted with students like that. He also made pep rallies come back, and he is constantly working hard to make our school better. He works so hard that he stays late in his office working after school is over. Did you know that Mr. Murphy calls multiple students to his office to encourage them to do better in school when their grades are low, and many do get their grades up because someone cares, and that someone is Mr. Murphy. In addition, Mr. Murphy has a unique way with his words, and he always makes everyone laugh. He's a solid guy who I feel just wants the best for us. I would like him to stay. Please listen to the parents, teachers, and students. Thank you.
Sadie Mendoza.
Hello all, I am Sadie Mendoza. I am a promoting freshman, class officer, and soon to be ASB vice president. I am standing up here today to help Dr. Murphy because not only has he been doing a great job with helping all of our seniors out and getting scholarships, he's also helped us all the way down to the freshman level. He has not only just helped everyone set up either if they wanted to go to a trade school or if they wanted to go to a four-year. Other things Dr. Murphy has done for us is in ASB. He is always the first one to volunteer when we need chaperones for our dances, when we need help planning and executing things like our spring festival. Him, along with me, a couple other ASB students and PTSO, put on that spring festival, which I know our whole community loved. And that's the whole point. We are all here today because Acton is a tight-knit community, right? We are not a big city, right? We are here because not only have we accepted Dr. Murphy, we have welcomed him. And not just because he's our principal, because God knows that they come and go all the time in this district. No, we're here to support him for what he has done for us as the kids, because that's what we're here, right? And for our teachers here, he's the one who supports us as teachers, for the teachers, because that's who's shaping us, right? And we're always talking about funds. And I know I've been in a couple meetings with you, and the difference between you and Dr. Murphy, all due respect, is that you are the antagonist in this story. Not saying that you are the evil one, but I'm saying you're the opposite of Dr. Murphy. Because when he says something, he's gonna get it done, 100%. Where you, it might take a couple, 3 to 5 business days. Yeah. Not only has Dr. Murphy helped every single one of us, and he's gonna keep on doing it. So I ask you guys to please keep him. And I know I am only 15 years old, but I have been able to form my own opinions, and this is what I believe. So have a good rest of your night.
Sarah Mendoza.
I grabbed her notes for her. That we did that.
Sarah Mendoza.
Oh. Hi guys, I forgot her mother. Sorry, I'm a little rough. Everything that I wanted to write or say has already been said, except for one thing. Dr. Murphy's been accused of using old school methods in the way that he principals the school. And what's funny is that he's surrounded by all these students here are all parents that we went to school with the old school methods. And that's what we want. We want for our kids discipline. We want Saturday school. We want detention, because kids need discipline and they need structure. Not this woke, oh, let's coddle and. That's what we want. We have the wellness center now. We never had that stuff growing up. I understand there are more mental illness like needs around here, but Dr. Murphy also is so available for anybody. I know that's another issue, that he drives an hour and a half to get home and has to get up and do the same thing in the morning after working his butt off all day for every different department in school, teaching, whatever he has to do. And he spends time when he's on the road connecting with his students, with with parents, teachers, whatever business needs to get handled, he's available 100%. It's not a problem that we have his cell phone number. He is the most available principal I've ever had in my career of just being a mother and being he is here for these students, for the parents. If there was ever a problem with Sadie, I know that he would reach out to me or my husband because he cares. And you board members work for us. Yes. Yeah. To keep this man in our schools. that it shouldn't be a vote, it should be unanimous. This is your answer. And I think that we're all in the last couple of years sick and tired of school boards just taking advantage of your position and not listening to the parents. This is your answer. Jorgensen. I see that, but this is your answer. We do not need board members that are not going to listen to you, to us, to our opinions. This is our answer. We want Dr. Murphy. We shouldn't have to be up here begging for him. Yes.
Okay, due to the amendment to the agenda, we are going to now adjourn to our second closed session at 8:37. We have a motion to adjourn for the closed session number 2.
I'll second.
Chad moves, Brianna seconds, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul Scott, aye.
Brianna Texel, I.
Tim Jorgensen, I. Did you vote, Chad?
Chad Wadsworth. aye.
Chad, I, Tim Jorgensen, 5. The closed sessions are generally 1 hour maximum in length. Could be early, could be sooner, just depends. So we'll hopefully we can be.
Could be real.
Could be real, hopefully could be real. Okay, we'll reconvene the general meeting at 10:42. From close. I'll have to read again. The closed session may be called at any time during the formal meeting by the motion of the Board of Education for the purpose of discussing a personnel problem, pupil problem, a purchase consultation on legal problem with an attorney, with an employee organizations in regard to salaries or fringe benefits. All formal action involving such matters must be made in the open meeting. It is my duty to report that the action was taken by the board in closed session. In closed session, the board took action pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21B to release and non-reelect from employment a probationary certificated employee identified as employee number TM 824-13883, effective at the end of the 2021-2022 school year, and directed the superintendent to or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was as follows: 3 yeas and 2 noes. The motion was passed.
Wow. Are you
Use the children's money to give them special needs education, not to go into your pockets.
Like your bonuses that you've been.
You've heard time and time children say how they were denied services like you.
Okay, we're going to continue with the rest of the board meeting now.
You're out, Eric. Why?
We will conduct the business now, the rest of the balance of the meeting. That
Why? What's the cause?
Why?
Causation.
We want answers. We want transparency.
Superintendent, what's the cause? What is the reason behind this?
Okay, we're going to continue with the board meeting. So item number 7, correspondence, proposals, and reports. We have a comment card by the outer representative, Mr. Sparks.
We want the superintendent's resignation.
Mr. Sparks. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Mr. Sparks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can't have some sense of order to conclude the rest of the board meeting, then we'll have to recess for a moment.
This is wrong. This is morally wrong.
Mr. Sparks, are you ready for your comments?
I am Sheldon Sparks, ADA representative. Wow. That's cold-blooded. That is stone cold. This happened 3 years ago with Dan Andrus. You cut somebody loose June 10th when you could have done it March 15th. June 10th, what's the guy gonna do next year? Those jobs, they're gone. And the thing is, the decisions that you make every day, every week reverberate. And they send messages to your entire staff, certificated, classified. And I'll tell you what, you're gonna feel this one. This one is not gonna go away. There's a
Not going away.
This is a no-win situation. You guys really just made it even worse. We trust you. We trust you.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Melly.
I just think that how do you tell Ada to move forward from this? Okay, Ada looks at this and goes, "Oh my goodness! If they can do it to this person, if they can do it to that person, why can't they do it to me? Why can't they do it to us? If I say something wrong to one of you guys, or if I irritate you, if I say the wrong comment, am I in jeopardy?"
Yes. Yes. You're out. Right, you're on.
wrong, right, Eric? You are wrong, Eric.
So I'm gonna say goodnight
Here
tonight.
you go.
Again. Wow, that was a good one tonight. Good night.
It's time for him to go, people.
Can't even look us in the eyes.
horse.
Speech.
Item 7B, CSEA representative.
They're not here for our children.
We want the cause.
This is their pocket we're talking about.
We want the answer, we want the cause.
We'll pull our kids out of the school.
7C, student representative, Ms. Rudd.
They don't care.
They're not
Just
for our
more in.
kids.
Fill us more in.
I honestly can't believe the audacity people have to fire the first principal I have seen at my time at Vasquez who actually cares about the students. It is disgusting, honestly, and I'm very glad I will not be serving this position next year.
Amen.
Dr. Murphy gives up his own time to actually help us with our lives. It doesn't matter whether we want to go to a four-year college. It doesn't matter where you want to go to a trade school. It doesn't matter if you just want to go work a job outside. It doesn't matter how it makes the school look, whether or not like we go to a college. He is looking for our best interests. He is there for us. He does not care about how much money he gets. He doesn't care about how many hours of sleep. He doesn't care about the gas money. He doesn't care about any of that. The only thing, his main priority, and he has made it very clear, he's only been here a few months, and yet I have felt that he has actually cared about me and my interests and all the other students personally. It's hard to make that impact, especially on people my age. It is hard to let them know that you actually care. And he has made that very clear. And I can't say anything else because honestly, everything I had prepared was already said this meeting. And it is disgusting that you did not listen to any of it. It is blatant that you do not care about our opinions as students. That's all I have.
Deaf ears.
What was the code that was cited for his release?
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute
Oh,
recess.
revote the code.
Just took 2 hours.
Why is he not speaking on it?
What's the code? Show it to me.
So are you guys bringing
Anymore.
pizza back?
Break, I'm not leaving.
Is that why he's coaching? Is Jorgen, did he hire you? Are you hiring him back? Is that why inappropriate relationships have been condoned since his tenure? 2002, I graduated. Kingston was my principal. Inappropriate relationships happened then and continue to happen. And he is coaching my nephew across the street. That made me sick, Brianna, to go to my auntie's house and I see Kingston with my nephew Jaden teaching him. When we all know that in 2002, Mr. Miller, the teacher and the coach had an inappropriate relationship with the student and moved in the month after she graduated. Jorgensen was hired in 2001, my senior year, by Pinkston. Now Pinkston is back. I'm not okay with that. There's too many things under the rug. Our children's priority is first. I'm a sexual abuse advocate. I've been trained by CSUN, and this is not appropriate. And you guys cleared Pinkston, who, even if he brought him, you guys gave him the okay. And we live here. We know this has happened. Cheswick, Flint Cheswick, security guard, basketball coach, same year as Jorgensen, and 2001 when I graduated, Pinkston, inappropriate relationship with the student. They turned 18 and they moved in the next month. That's appropriate. We allow this to happen in Acton because it has been happening. Charges have been pressed against a high school teacher for having or a coach, sorry, inappropriate relationship with a student. And you guys are sitting here firing our teacher? Shame on you guys. Why is Pinkston here? Yeah, our principal. Why is he really here? Because you guys want to have him as the principal of Vasquez next year? Have we not learned in our previous experience? This is actual facts. I graduated 2001.
Instead of having a string of crappy principals, why don't we keep a good principal that we have? I dealt with almost every single one of the principals in this district. This is the first one that cares
It's crap. And my concern is, you wanna bring a wellness center to brush up all the sexual relationships that are on campus? No, not here, not in
our school.
I
You take it back.
That
is not a good idea.
So what is the code? Can you please tell us what the code?
What's the code? You can't even see for his dismissal.
You can't even see.
Based on what's the code?
He doesn't live here, he doesn't care. You want to stand up. This is Acton. Let's go.
Why doesn't the town have a choice in what
Where you
happens?
came from.
Hey, you know
That's my
what,
question.
kids? Look at this, watch this. You think that you don't wanna go on in life, you don't wanna say anything, you don't wanna do anything, you wanna just let things pass you by? It's what you get. So take this example of why you speak up for the things that you believe in, and why you should always take part in your community and the things that are going on. Because even if it doesn't affect you, one of you will come back and you'll have kids here. Will this still be happening? Will it be in some other community? Speak up for yourselves. Get involved in your community. Don't let this be the last meeting that you come to for this.
I have a question, sir. Where was this energy when you didn't fire Miss B for calling Blake a retard in her class? That is a substitute teacher and it was reported and she was not fired. Where was that energy? Where was this energy?
I would like to say, I would like to say something, actually, guys. I sincerely appreciate every single one of you kids being here.
Yes, she does.
You're Noah, right? Noah, I absolutely appreciate you being here. I absolutely appreciate you speaking your mind. I do. The vote was 3-2, and that was read into the report. I haven't been quiet on the way that I feel. So Noah, I absolutely appreciate you being here. That's not what I wanted to say, so that's not plausible. But what I want to say is, no matter our feelings, every single person in this room, every single one of you, and every single one of us deserves respect, including Mr. Murphy. So at the end of the day, we preach kindness. And I know you guys hear it all the time, kindness matters. Let's remember that.
Firing him is not right.
I'm not. Be better than me. I'm not asking for respect for me. I'm asking for kindness in the room. Be better than me. I agree. I agree. Be better than me. We're on a break in the meeting because we can't even go through with the meeting. I have to work in the morning. I know you guys have to work in the morning. I know you guys have school in the morning and you have finals, and I'm incredibly proud of you for being here. I can stay up all night. I know you guys need to go to school, and I am so sorry that you even have to be here doing what you're doing. And I know the reason why you're doing it. I've been where you guys are. Let's not forget that. I've sat there. I've been on the screen. I've been fighting where you guys are. So I apologize that you even have to be here, but we do have to move forward with the meeting. There are ways that you can share your concerns, lots of ways. And I know that you all know how to share your concerns. They're not falling on deaf.
Nothing changes. He can't even speak up and give us the reason. He can't give us the code.
We're asking for a reason, we're asking for a cause, we're asking for the code. Nobody's speaking.
On personnel matters, if you see our board policy on anything personnel matters, we cannot tell you anything personnel. I can't tell you, these guys can't tell you, he can't tell you. We are not allowed to speak on that. So it's not that we're ignoring you and it's falling on deaf ears. It's against the law for us to tell you that.
There was a code put out.
Oh, I don't know the code.
Yes, you said a code.
We asked him to read it back. He said code.
It will be in the minutes, and there is also video. So if you guys are gonna wait for a code, our meeting can't go on. I sincerely apologize. There will be.
2 seconds to repeat the code. He needs to just repeat what he said. It takes 2 seconds.
He just has to repeat it. He just has to give us new information.
He needs to say so.
He just has to repeat what he said. That was the reason why they have not renewed his contract. I think it's fair. If I knew what the whole you were talking about.
I would say it. I believe that he said, hold on.
Pursuant to this code,
because of this code, this is why we have elected to not bring him back. So we'd like to know what that is. He should know, right? And we know that there's not gonna be, there's not gonna be a definite definitive reason, but
Eric hasn't said thank you to the parents, thank
we
you.
wanna start.
No, Lindy, you can't even look at us.
No.
You say for us to be special, but
He's on his phone, look at him, on his phone, he doesn't even care, you don't even care.
Oh, wow, now you can respond to the child. Yeah, nice of you, bravo, bravo.
I'm just clarifying that I'm requesting for the court as being requested from the parents.
Yeah, but we're asking.
We're requesting for
That's how you address it.
resignation
Can
from you.
address the room?
There are human people who deserve to be spoken to. Job while you're here.
We've been very patient, very patient, and our has been great.
I said it would be more than hours, but it takes more than hours, it took me 2 hours. We waited. And these are real issues, Roberta, you come out and address them, because it's true that it happened, and he felt things come back beyond everything that's already happened. And that is just hiding in the back, and you want to use the code to the community.
What's the policy?
Do we even know who the replacement's gonna be?
He doesn't know what it is.
Think so? I don't even want to play.
We don't even know why we fired him, but we fired him. So my deal is something. You guys see us here fighting? We're actually fighting for something. You see our peers, you see our whole generation who have no motivation for anything. And then you guys sit here and even as soon as we want something, you guys go and walk away. You see all of us here, Sanchez. Yeah, we're here, we're fighting for him. Because guess what? He gave us a chance when no one else did. Because guess what? We are, we're students. We are under the age of 18, and because we're under the age, we're not allowed to vote. So our voice does not matter. But that ends. Because until our voice matters, we will not stop. Because you see us all here. Come on, I've been in meetings with you. You know me at this point. But you can't even say a word to me. And you're disrespecting me at this point. You're disrespecting everyone here. We are here as a community. Because guess what? We're Acton. We're turquoise wearing, stone looking people. That's who we are. We all joined for the 4th of July parade, and we're all here together. And that's what we are. So if you cannot say a word to us, just give us that. Maybe an apology.
What I would like to just refer to the student, and I think it was mentioned, that we cannot share personal matters, because it's not legal.
I'm not asking for personal things. I'm asking for you.
Personnel matters, meaning like staff, we can't address staff matters.
Say for you to personally address that.
So can I also talk about the things that were talked about in our meetings too, at our council at school, right? Because I know me and a couple of the other students here were in these meetings. Is that personal matters too, sir?
Bring it up.
Bring it up, let it all out.
Transparency.
Those are student concerns for the school. Personnel matters are staff related concerns that are confidential and we cannot share.
Thank you very much, sir.
So let's go hire another crappy principal.
Yay.
Let's bring kids to the back, right?
He finally starts to get things back on track.
What about
to the parents?
Yeah, but I'm sure you're already going to get this guy.
I understand why they're on the board. Why are you there to see what your community wants?
Why are you here?
Why are you kids?
Yeah.
They're here for their money and their pockets are paycheck.
So the code. Say it's not true. If it's not true, speak up for yourselves and say what's going on.
The code that was used is listed in the board agenda. It says pursuant to government code section 54957.5. And that has to do with public employee discussion, discipline, dismissal, and release listed in the closed session part of the agenda. That's actually on every agenda. If you look, there's different codes listed for what we can speak about in closed session.
And I think the case was made, somebody had made the point too about, listen, we understand that there's probably a fine line between did somebody's feelings get hurt, or was there something legitimately wrong? And there's not a trust. There's no trust. So I think that's why people are kind of looking to the board for, we'd like an answer, because we don't trust your decision. We don't think, we don't know. You're right. We didn't know what Amber Heard did or didn't do. The gentleman is in this room. Okay, we're assuming it's not anything incredibly heinous or he'd be incarcerated. So we as a community who live next to you, who work next to you, kids go to school together, are kind of asking for something. Maybe we have to go outside so you can get out of this environment to say, hey, guess what? Not speaking of but this is why, as a board member, I chose to fall on completely deaf ears the pleas of these kids. Completely deaf ears, the pleas of this community. That's what we want to know. You don't have to give us the details. We just want to know why you said, hurt my feelings. I don't like what he said. I didn't like how he said it. He didn't want to do something that I wanted to do, and so let's get rid of him. We want to know that didn't happen.
It's not. How is it? We want to know. We want to be happy going home that you guys make the right decision, and we want to know how is this going to benefit our kids?
It's not.
How?
It's not.
I have 4 kids. This is my first year in this community. I have 4 kids, elementary, middle school, and I'm worried. And I had a horrible year. I have a kid with special ed in the high school. The whole year she needed a special instrument to hear. And she didn't get it the whole year. She didn't get her psychology evaluation. Yet yesterday I filled out the package and sent it. They did an IEP without a psychology evaluation. And they postponed it 3 times. And she didn't get her appropriate hearing aid until like 2-3 months ago.
And how many more cases are like that?
Right here.
I am worried.
4 children like that.
Mr. Sahakian, I am worried. I am worried for my kids that are going to continue. We just moved to this community because it's a good community, thinking we're coming to a good school. And honestly, as a parent, I'm really worried. And I'm thinking maybe we made the wrong choice coming here because my kids were very happy. And I pulled them out from good schools and I brought them here, and now I'm really worried.
And we all feel like that.
Yeah, because you're bringing your stuff to this community that we don't want.
We don't need it.
We're not a big city.
Dr. Murphy.
We're Acton.
And shame on the people that are in this community that sit here and told us.
Yeah. Shame.
Is it illegal to at least tell us if you're not renewing this contract because, like, without going into details, is there anything you can tell us so we know? 'Cause I guess the thing is, we could leave this room tonight and maybe he did something wrong, right? And none of us know. We're fighting for him and we have no idea. And we're not looking for details. Like, we don't want the gossip. We just want to know, like, he didn't do anything wrong. Well, but that's the thing, like, we just want to know, is he not being hired back because it's disciplinary, or is he not being hired back for personal reasons? We don't want to know the details. I think we're very unsettled knowing that we're losing a easy person. Yeah.
And because it was 3-2, somebody obviously thought, hey, maybe that's not a good idea. So it wasn't a unanimous vote that, hey, this is bad, something's
We
bad.
all think this is not a good idea. How do we?
It won't be so over our eyes, tell us, but I don't think it is.
How do we appeal this decision? When can you guys reconsider this?
How do we repress? I mean, Steve and I, knowing you did this to the kids with one vote. One vote did this to all this community.
You have all these
Dr.
people.
Sahakian should resign.
And this gets out.
Yes,
Until
you
tomorrow
have
and then it
only-
all gets out. It's gonna be a meeting.
There's only 5 of us.
Yeah. Oh, I.
There's 100 of us.
on Fox News.
No, but seriously, tomorrow morning, Hold on, I want an
It's
answer.
gonna be
How do
bad.
I appeal this decision?
We want you guys to reconsider it again. Go back there and talk again and change your answer and come back. You guys all want new jobs and don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
We're well, that, go back there, figure it out, and come back.
Dr. Sanchez should resign.
We're all angry.
Tomorrow morning's gonna be worse than tonight. You know, very bad. Tomorrow morning, you guys are gonna be the most hated people in this community. How could you do this to our kids?
No,
I
nobody
want
will
you
see
to
me.
hear up. I'm right. This is ridiculous that you did this to our community. Acton and Agua Dulce are tight. You know this, Brianna.
Where's your sign? Raise it up, come on.
Look at that! Look at those kids! Studying for the finals for tomorrow. How many more at home watching the Zoom? How many more are on their Snapchat going, we've got this, guys, we can do this. And look at what you guys did, especially you. They can't even look at us. They had a smirk on your face every time somebody walked up there. You had a smirk every single time somebody would talk. And when she got up, Miss Mendoza got up, your assistant gave her the nastiest look when she called you what you are.
And rolled her eyes.
That's
And
why
rolled
she's
her
not
eyes.
even here.
She's not even here.
She's
How are
scared.
you guys representing the parents?
They're
And
not.
the parents are telling you what they want
And what we need for our kids.
For our kids'
We're
future.
pleading for our
They
kids.
are sort of
They're ours.
You were one of my teachers. You were my principal. I graduated from Mass Penn. Like, you were there. You told us that you would have our back, and you don't have my back, you don't have my son's back, and you don't have any of this community's back anymore. What happened to you?
You don't want it us anymore.
I
It's the
believe
future of
you.
America.
I voted
This is
for
here.
you.
This is here and this is now, and it's the future of America that you guys will end up ruining, because guess what? We're all here right now for Dr. Murphy, because he has had an impact on every single one of our lives. And if I have to alliterate that 1,000 times in 1,000 different languages, I will. Because guess what? Not only it starts here right now, but this is all gonna stay in our hearts and minds for a long time. Because guess what? We are the future leaders right here. All of my friends, right, my peers, we are the future. And if you take away the future from us, what do you have for us now? If you take away our future, why should you have the present?
Nobody cares about the kids, only parents do.
Only money. That's the only thing that this is all about.
This is our kids'
Yes.
future.
The money.
Okay,
That's where it all lies. The money.
excuse me a second. Excuse me a second. Okay, so we need to conduct the rest of the business meeting. If you would like to stay and do that, we'll have that. There'll be opportunities for further discussions later on, but we need to conduct the rest of the business for the end of the school year. So if you'd like to stay and listen to that, that's fine, but you need to let us go ahead and proceed with our business meeting.
Go for it. We'll
Like
finish
you
later.
resign.
We want you to
We'll finish
reconsider.
later. Tomorrow. Tonight, we'll do this.
Okay, 7D, Dr. Zahakian, Superintendent, Gold Standard Report.
Look at all these kids, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. So I'll be addressing student achievement this evening and student achievement alone. Like you said, end of the year activities. Night of the Stars at Vasquez High School was held on June 2nd.
Those kids that are
The-
aren't here.
Yep.
It's a joke. You're addressing food success.
Okay, if you would, please, would you let the superintendent go ahead and report his gold standard report for the day?
We don't want to know about that. We want Dr. Murphy to stay here.
If we
We
can't
want you to
have,
reconsider, please, come on, what do we have to do?
We need to conduct the rest of the business meeting.
It's like, you don't care, nobody cares about the rest. That's not why we're here.
If we let you finish your business meeting, will you keep our meeting? Yeah, seriously.
What kind of heart
Do you want to take?
people have?
They don't
We
have
want you to have a bank account. Right.
Mr. Jorgensen, I request to go ahead and table the superintendent report as well as the COVID report for this evening. Thank you so much.
Board members, we're going to do table item 7D, superintendent gold standard report, and table 7E, COVID-19 report. Call the question, please.
So
moved.
I appreciate how.
Call the question. Kelly.
On the 16th, we're having a safety meeting to address
Kelly Johnson.
safety issues in town. Right here, what time? 10 a.m., 9 a.m., I heard it in the morning.
Just call for it.
10 a.m. We need to be here. We're talking about safety.
Brianna
issues.
texted me, aye.
So now we have a lot of safety
Shut up,
issues to
everybody.
bring up.
Yeah.
And let's have a translator. And also.
Okay,
Brianna, I
item
wanna say that
7D and 7E
A
are
lot of
tabled.
the community feels like the board has been intimidating the parents by.
7F.
vocal
Dr.
online.
Zark, do you have any submissions tonight?
Mr. Jorgensen, there are no submissions for no.
Shame on everybody. Okay, that's it.
Board member
Let's
comments,
go.
8A, Ms. Jensen.
They're not bringing it back. They're going to the bank tomorrow. That's
I have no comment.
When our country's peers and small children don't fight for this, it's gonna be wasting our money, not getting new teachers. Most of our teachers don't even have a prep period anymore because we're so understaffed. And I just hope you guys can consider that with everything. Because guess what? I'm gonna be at the school for another 3 years. And then I'm gonna go off to college. And then I'm gonna go into PD. Might it be LAPD and many other things. That's what it's gonna be. That's what I'm gonna do. Why I'm out here, why? Now you can
What?
buy something out of this.
Oh, I
Because
said
guess
that out
what?
loud.
If you guys have daughters or sons or grandsons, or anything of that sort, I want them to learn from this and learn because and actually learn from your guys' lessons of not supporting. Let's be there. There's no compassion, no kindness. And I hope that you guys can learn from this. Everyone learns. Okay? I really, really hope I do.
Who do you
And
plan
may
on
the-
bringing in?
Yes.
Do you have a plan?
Of course not.
We need to go ahead and conduct, we have board member comments, so if you'd like to sit and listen.
Who's gonna do this for them? Who's gonna help me with AC?
Yeah, another substitute.
When did you come into our classes and talk to us and gather information? You did it.
The first time I ever
Okay, you
saw him
need-
was at
you-
graduation.
You need to let us go ahead and conduct our
Meetings,
business.
but of course, you know what he did though, what he did accomplish? He accomplished.
Okay, we need to let us conduct our business, please. Thank you. Ms. Jensen. Board member comments.
I have really just some comments, but I don't know if it will make any difference. I want you to know that I don't make any of my decisions lightly. I will not sleep tonight, and I don't want you to think that I did not listen to you. Unfortunately, we can't say things of personnel matters, and I know you say that we have reasons and that we do. I want you to know we have reasons, and we did not take that lightly. We were back there for a very long time. I love this district. I love this community. I don't want you to think I didn't listen to you. I did listen to you. It doesn't feel like that, and there's nothing I can say that will make you change your mind, and I understand that. feel incredibly sad for our kids because I saw what I saw this last week between the Night of the Stars and the graduation. And seeing them here tonight and what they love about their school breaks my heart.
Yeah, exactly. But I would challenge you as a
Unfortunately.
board, I would challenge you individually to find the time to get into the community and somehow express that to the kids. Again, we don't always know the details.
And I appreciate that. And out of people's comments tonight, ma'am, I hear what you're saying, and I believe you, and I hope you can believe me as well when you say you understand you don't have all the facts.
And again, you've got a group of kids, we don't all speak the same language.
I understand.
We don't speak the language that they speak. And so what the impression that he left on them is the impression that you're gonna leave on them. And unfortunately, these are kids that are gonna be there for the next 2 years, 3 years. And these are the kids that are gonna be left with this in their mind of what just happened, regardless of how, what they want. So just please, challenge you to get into the community, make yourselves known, get on their level.
We want you guys to reconsider again. We want you to resign.
Okay,
Bring someone that cares.
let the board members make their comments, please. We're going down the road. We're gonna let each board member make comments. If you'd like to listen to that, you're welcome to stay.
We spent much time, hours, minutes, thinking, reading emails, listening to comments, not sleeping, thinking, rereading, not sleeping, and thinking. If things could be said here in public, it would be different. We can't do that. That's why things are done in closed session. And to think that we would want this to happen, I don't think how would we want this to happen? Right? I'm just saying, and I understand that, and that's something I have to do, and I have to take that hit, and that's what has to happen, and I understand that.
We go to a principal every year. How are we supposed to trust that you guys are actually gonna pick the right principal? Don't you guys want the best for our children?
Absolutely.
So this is not the best. So how
Absolutely.
trust that at this point?
Absolutely, we want the best for your kids.
My kid has been through so many principals in this school district. Our kids are telling you guys this is the best for our kids. If you guys want the best for our kids, you would change your answers, reconsider. I know, Brianna, you have kids in this school district. How many other of you actually have a kid in this? Probably not.
Sitting right in front of you, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I
you
do have a child in this district.
No.
I do. So I don't know where that rumor is going around. And I will address this because I got a pretty nasty email talking about my decisions to place my children. I will make it public right now.
I already knew you did.
I have one child in this district for one more day. I work at a junior high school. I am a single mom. I have raised 6 kids in this small town. I have lived in this town for 41 years. I went to school here. This was the library where I came and got my books. I went to school here. I live and breathe here. Yes, I took my kids out. Why? And I've said it over and over and over again. The programs are not here that best fit my children. It's not because our school is terrible. It's because the best place for them was at a high school that had arts and choir. And unfortunately, we don't have that for them. I'm fighting to bring those things back so that the next kid can have that. My child is 11. He needs to go to school with me. I work at a junior high. The best place for him is at my school next year, period. That has nothing to do with our junior high. It's a fantastic school. I went there, I worked there. I fell in love with the kids there. I fell in love with your kid there. I love that kid. I pulled my kids out for a personal reason. It has nothing to do with our schools. Our schools are amazing.
Okay, let's let the board members complete their comments, please.
The middle school that you're talking about has more substitutes than regular teachers. How?
My child's class did not, so that's what I.
But the whole school has
Excuse me,
more
ma'am.
substitutes than the regular teachers.
Can you please, let's let the board members make their comments. Ms. Jensen, are you finished?
Like I said, there's nothing I can do to change your mind. I understand that. And we love your kids. I know it doesn't feel like that right now. We have no reason. I personally have no reason to terminate someone for no reason. So that's all I have this evening.
Whoever is it, change your answer.
You don't know it.
Mr. Felser?
I'm waiting for everyone to be heard. No one's ever heard me be this silent, correct? Y'all know that. Okay. I'll tell you a little something about law. Every process, people have a right to due process. I have a child in this district. It's a special education child. If I don't agree with something the school district is doing with my child, I have the right to seek another assessment. I have the right to seek other opinions. I have the right to seek an attorney. Excuse me, ma'am. I will stop talking until you talk, until you're done talking. I want to hear everything you have to say. I will be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will resume my comments when you're through. So please, go ahead.
The process that you are talking about takes so much time. And the whole year has passed, and it's really sad when my daughter comes and said, I feel I haven't learned anything this whole year, Mom. Because she didn't have a right IP, she didn't have the right assessment, she didn't have the right equipment, she didn't have the right teacher, she didn't have nothing, you know? And you were saying I have the right to ask for another IP, another, but all this takes time. And another year has passed from her life. You and I cannot bring that back. No matter how many appeals I do, no matter how many courts I go to, I cannot bring that back. She has fallen behind more than she already was. Go ahead, answer.
Well, I'm not answering. We don't engage that way. I have a child that has an IEP. I'm fully aware of what you're talking about. I'm very aware of what you're talking about, but I'm not here to talk about my child. I'm here to tell you that when a decision is made that could affect someone, there are laws about that, how that happens, and there are due process rights that people have. Just because I say something, I'm 20% of the board. But I'm not going to revote. The person has due process rights. There is a process. I've never been this silent. But I will not engage in commentary that's inappropriate. The person has due process rights.
That's right.
I would like to start off by thanking Pam for coming. Thank you. I mean, it's almost midnight and you're still here. I appreciate you supporting our district. I appreciate you supporting our community and always bringing the most updated information that does affect our entire community, not just our school district. I really appreciate you caring enough about our entire community to take the time out of your night, meeting after meeting and doing what you do. I just wanted to say thank you for your tireless efforts. I appreciate you.
Excuse me, I have a matter of business. We were supposed to extend the board meeting at 10 p.m. That was not done. I move that we extend the board meeting until, how much time do you have on the budget report?
I can make it as quick as possible.
Well, we need to be thorough and efficient.
Like 5 minutes each, I'll cap it.
Well, I've got 20 minutes of questions about charter school funding.
Okay.
I'm going to move that we extend the board meeting until 1 a.m.
I'll second.
Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's graphic.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, the meeting is extended until 1 a.m. Continue. Brianna.
So I will cut my comments short. I have a whole list of things to speak about. I do want to say I thoroughly enjoyed High Desert's promotion and the Vasquez graduation. This was my first time as a board member being able to participate as a board member in those events. And it's such a different experience. And I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to hold that part. I'm looking forward to Meadowlark's ceremony tomorrow. What I do want to say, and I don't think it's something that is widely advertised. I heard from our counselors that we had 100% of our students graduate. A 100% graduation rate is huge. And that is the principal, that is the teachers, that is the staff, that is the parents, that is the students, all of you kids that brought your grades up, all of these kids that are 100% graduation rate. That's enormous. So huge kudos to absolutely everybody, those kids that work so hard. That is just incredible. So I just wanted to make that known. That is absolutely huge. And then I just want to thank Aislinn, Desiree, did she leave? Noah, John and James, Melanie and Sadie, I think they all left. So I just wanted to say thank you. First to all the parents that stood up and spoke, but to those kids, I know that's not easy. And I really, really appreciate you coming and putting your thoughts on paper and then getting up in front of an entire crowd of people and fighting for what you believe in. It's not the best of circumstances, but I appreciate that they were able to be here. So I just want to commend those kids for being able to get up and speak and let their thoughts be heard. And I really hope that they hang on to that part of it, that they were able to do that. So I just want to thank them. I'll visit the rest of this stuff at a different board meeting. So that's all.
Man, I don't even know where to start. This has to be probably the most disappointing thing that's happened in this town in a long time. And I've been here for a long time. I'm not even sure how we rebound from this point, to be perfectly honest with you. Now my kids have come through the school system. I currently have one who just left in the school system. I believe in the schools. I believe in the teachers. But I don't know what I believe in as far as the rest of it anymore. I'm so confused, and I just don't get how when you have overwhelming support and when you have a person that is not a polished person, but could probably be coached, why we let that person go? I mean, why do we ruin the best thing that's come across this district? Across the school, I should say, because we have many great other principals and staff, but it's not to take away from anybody else that's helping make our district better. But I don't understand it. I can't wrap my hand around it. I started this morning at 9 a.m. here to review files to try to understand where this was coming from. And I left here with more questions than I had answers. At 10 o'clock, I'm looking for somebody to talk to, and there's nobody here to talk to. I don't get it. My day starts at like 4 a.m. and I don't get home most nights until after 8. I do this as a volunteer because I care about my kids. I care about the community. We're not paid, but yet the paid people were not here at 10 a.m. to answer serious questions in a situation where we knew the town was going to react the way they are. I don't blame you guys. To sit here and watch the youth express themselves in such a strong manner, I mean, that doesn't happen. You don't see kids that are 14, 15, 16, and 17 years old stand up to adults. I see it because of other organizations that I'm involved in but I know how much training those kids have had to get to that point. All of this tonight, that was from the heart. From the heart. And the first thing I said to you when you came into this job, you have to know this community. I'm so disappointed. All I can say is, Pam, thank you for being here. I know it's late. Tracy, thanks for being here. All the moms and parents are out here to show support. It's late. I know you guys have finals. I know where your heart is. I voted to keep Murphy. I wanted Murphy here. But I'm one of 5 people. I'm one of 5. Okay. So I said my piece back there. It was long-winded. That's why it took 2 hours. There was a lot of discussion. But I'm one of 5, and I'm sorry. I honestly am really sorry. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, so this has been a significant beyond imagination and most challenging meeting that in my 20 years associated with the district and my 3 years sitting on the school board that we've had to consider. I was encouraged and moved by the number of students and parents that wanted to come out and support Dr. Murphy as the retention for the principal of the high school. I've had multiple conversations with Dr. Murphy. I was excited when this Dr. Murphy was hired with the potential that we were going to have for the school, because Vasquez has been my passion for 18 years. The challenge that belies all of us here is that our interactions in closed session remain confidential because of personnel and employee rights. And while I am moved beyond all manner of pride and emotion with the outpouring that the students gave, and I know they're speaking honestly, I know they're speaking from their heart. Same goes for the parents. Same goes for the teachers and staff, my former colleagues that I taught with. But the challenging and difficult part, and I mentioned it on multiple times at past board meetings, that the frustrations that we have are hindered by when we come to make decisions, that they're not all public. And we're not allowed to make them public. That we have to consider other things, the actions, the results, and districts run out 3 years, 4 years in advance. And we were in the back room, and I compliment all of our board members. We were having very good, forthright, upright discussions back and forth, give and take ideas, alternatives, compromise. And the unfortunate reality is that the outcome that when everything was said and done at the end, we knew was not going to be one that the students would like. And that was my first consideration, is that the students, and I listened to parents, but parents are second. I knew the students were going to have a hard time reacting to this and adjusting to this and figuring out what's going on. And there's not one board member up here that would not just love to be able to tell you everything that happened and everything that's going on. But unfortunately, under the rights of employees, we are not allowed to do that. We respect the rights of our employees. And like Mr. Falsgrove said, all of our employees have due process, regardless of what board decisions are. We take into account all of the comments that were made. I took notes, I read. I looked at them again. I went back in the back, and I apologize for getting up and leaving because it's such a grueling and difficult decision that we had to make. As board president, my job is to support and facilitate the other board members to make sure that they have the information that they want, get the things that they need so they can make decisions and then conduct the business of the meetings at the meetings. I still have a vote, but I'm only one vote. I don't have an explanation that will satisfy you as to the outcome of this vote. I just don't have it. Because it's still spinning around in my head, but I know that we had to make a decision. And the decision based on the information that we were provided and that we had in front of us that we had to consider was the result that we brought back. There's no way to explain it. I can't explain it to any of you. It's just that I don't have the right to do that.
Caution, Board President.
Yes.
You love rights to due process, they will find that due process somewhere besides this meeting tonight. I'm very uncomfortable with the discussion that may cause a permanent disfiguration of someone's reputation, whether it be yours or anyone else's.
I appreciate that, Mr. Fallsback, but I want to compliment all of the parents and the teachers, and particularly the students for coming forth and speaking tonight. You do matter. Your voice counts. We listened, we heard, we considered, we did not discard it. And I appreciate you bringing that forward to us. Moving on to the consent.
I would like to
calendar.
add something to my board comments really quick. I'm looking at all of these, all of your faces, you students. And I want to apologize. My heart is breaking with you. I see your face and I see your tears, and I'm genuinely so sorry to every single one of you. Every single one of you.
All right, the consent calendar will include items 9B, minutes of the regular board meeting from May 12th, 9C, regular board meetings from May 25th, 9D, the warrant register. That last one is not included, right? 9E, it's not included on. That's not included on the consent. Do I have a motion to consider the consent calendar?
So moved.
Kelly. Chad. Board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question.
And Kelly Jensen, I.
Fallsgraf, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I. Warrant registers passed 5-0. 9E, governing board meeting scheduled 2022-23 school year. Dr. Sahakian. I do have a motion to consider.
Kelly Jensen, so moved.
Chad will second.
Chad, Dr. Sahakian.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. It's recommended that the board approve the governing board meeting schedule for the upcoming school year 22-23 as attached, please.
Board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question.
Hang on. Did everyone look at the graduation and all those things ahead of time, so we're not overlapping graduation ceremonies? And
Yes, the guidance was that it should not fall on a board meeting night. That has been approved.
so
10 months prior.
each site principal understood that.
Yes,
Yeah, because things happen. I mean, this last time we had some parents were suggesting that we have it in the evening at a different school and stuff. And I think at graduation time, nobody cares that I'm voting on the warrant register. So just making sure that we've done everything we could.
Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Fallsgraf, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I. Motion carries 5-0. 10A, personnel action report. Motion to consider. Chad. I'll second. Dr. Zahaki.
thank you, board. We do have an amended report, the personnel action report. We have certificated employees that have been hired for multiple sites effective date of August 1st. Some of the amendments include classified employees that have been hired for district office purposes with different effective dates. We also have amended current open positions, both certificated and classified, and the amended PAR report reflects that. Thank you.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Fallsgraf, aye.
Brianna Texani, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I motion carries 5-0. Warrant register is approved. 10B, Acton Agua Dulce Teachers Association, out of Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District, Article 29 term, motion to consider.
Chad moves it.
Chad. I'll second. Dr. Sahaki.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Article 29 replaces the prior agreement from 2018-2021 to reflect the effective years of 2022 through 2024. It's recommended that the board approve the agreement between ADA, and Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District per Article 29. Thank you.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls, aye.
Brianna Texani, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I motion carries 5-0. 11A, memorandum of understanding MOU is entered into and by and between Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, SWRCC, and Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District. Motion to consider. Chad.
I'll second.
Brianna seconds. Dr. Zahaki.
Thank you. We had a formal board presentation by Career Connections, also known as the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, 2 meetings ago. Just a recap, refresh, we're looking into a possible launch of a trade elective for the fall 2022 school year. As elective, part of the elective schedule for Vasquez High School. The aim here is to provide continuity of career technical education, exposure, and opportunities through the scaffolding of innovative instruction. As we all know, the makerspace for Meadowlark launched for the fall, having fingers crossed there. Paxton Patterson in full swing in High Desert, and the hope is to bring Career Connections elective to Vasquez High School. This will be an elective, earn as you learn apprenticeship approach as students learn in-demand construction skills. Thank you.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call. Sorry, Chad.
I want to step out of line. Where do we intend to do this on the school site? Or we're going to house it?
Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. So communicating with administration as well as the counseling team, as well as our M&O office, as well as Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Mirza, in terms of identifying space at the Vasquez High School. And we're looking either at a 0-period elective or a 7th period elective as well.
Do we have a building to facilitate it? Or is it going to be an outdoor?
We're looking into possible options indoor, but proper ventilation as students are using hand tools and power tools.
What cost will there be to a said student that wants to take this course? Is there anything you can share with us on that?
Thank you. There is no cost to a student who's interested in taking this course.
And our out-of-pocket cost of this is?
So there's the curriculum that we will be purchasing one time, which is $2,500, and that's provided by Career Connections. And then we have power tools and hand tools. That's a one-time purchase for approximately $12,500. And then there is consumable materials such as nail, plywood, and some others. That's ongoing. And then there's the cost of a part-time career technical education teacher that will be incurring at the district level for this to launch at Vasquez.
How do we intend to keep track of the said tools? There's a long list of needs. How do we intend to make sure that nothing walks off or gets destroyed?
Great question. So there's training for the CT teacher in terms of safety protocols, how to go ahead and secure equipment, where does the equipment need to be secured, when, maintenance. So all of that comes as part of the adoption of the curriculum, as part of the contract, the MOU, that the Career Connection will be providing our CT teacher once they're on board.
All the questions I have, I support the program. I think it's good to have it in our schools. It just teaches trades to young people that are interested in working with their hands, and I see a big benefit to it. Thank
you. At our school, we do have a maker space where we have all the power tools, and our students build cabinets. They've built several benches. They've provided bookshelves for our classrooms. It's absolutely incredible to sit in my office and hear the saw outside, and you walk out and you can smell the sawdust, and watching those kids that when they paint their bench and it's sitting out there and then you see it used throughout the campus, it's really incredible. So I'm not saying that that's exactly what's going on here, but the idea is there, and I've seen stuff like that in action, and I'm excited for our kids to have the same opportunity.
As a point of order, it wasn't the last meeting, but the meeting before we had the presentation. And then Mr. Wadsworth has been a supporter of this since his time on the board. I remember when CTE was going to be shifted off to a charter or something like that. But the reason this was delayed and tabled to tonight was Chad wanted to make some comments about this and firm up that this is something beyond just looking at a book and something like that. So I appreciate your questions on this, Chad.
I appreciate you tabling it last week when I was unable to attend. So thank you. And again, I support it. It's a great opportunity for the kids. Thanks.
Kelly, do you have any comment? I do not. Okay, so I'm excited about the program as well. And I know that with the classroom, they have an outdoor workspace component where we will be obligated to put in a slab on an open space at the end of the parking lot, where the students can make a ticket booth, they can make a wall, and people can see what they're doing as they learn in the classroom. They go out and do it outside, build a wall. They're doing earthquake renovations and all this stress management and the angles. And then there's the opportunity for candidates to make a field trip to their Silmar facility, which is a huge warehouse where they build an entire room along with a professional showing them how to do this, why they do this, what this does. And then there's a dirt area that they make forming so they can pour concrete and do plumbing and electrical. And to me, it's exciting, like you say, Brianna, that they get to see workbenches and options that we work out to get we do our homework for that blank dirt space outside of the parking lot to put an appropriate slab there. That's where the students, and they put it together, then they take it down. They put it together and they take it down where their peers can see them working and doing. And it might be that we need a ticket booth and they can make a portable booth that we can use somewhere on campus for something. So I think it's that option where they get to see, other people get to see what they're building. It's like wood shop and metal shop when we went to school. It was always great to make salad bowls and do all that stuff. This gives the kids an opportunity. So I think it's awesome. No further discussions, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, aye.
Falls your FI.
Brianna Taxoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll just follow up with that, whatever that requirement is for interior space as well as so that we have that available without hesitation when we come next fall. 11B, electric bus. Dr. Zaha, a motion to consider. Chad.
I'll second.
Brianna, thank you. Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you. I'm going to respectfully defer to Mr. Mirza on the electric bus grant. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, board members. So we have applied for an electric bus grant with the Clean Energy Air Project, and our school district was approved. And so at the point that they've secured a voucher for us, at the point that we are is this is our portion of the total bus. So the total cost of the bus is about $426,000 or so, and we're just going to be paying taxes right around, I think that says $48,000. So that will come from the district's portion, and that's it. And then there is another grant out that we've also applied for that one as well. And so part of that grant is that we have to give them our old bus, like the 1981 buses that are almost obsolete and causing smog and pollution. That's part of the deal, that they will take that and crush it, recycle it, and give us an electric bus.
Board member discussion.
No, I just thank you for applying for the grant. I'm excited for it. I saw that we can buy a bus for $48,000. That was pretty exciting. So thank you for your hard work, and I appreciate that. It's going to be great.
Is this a full-size bus, and are there infrastructure that we have to put in a charging station and all that type of thing?
Yes, and we applied for that. They're going to bring that to us as well.
So the out of district cost on the bus is,
48,000,
and you get a $400,000 bus.
yes.
Good job.
Good riddance to the 1981 bus. There was a time where I was an aide on the bus and I rode on some of those buses and I had to sit like this because driving up the dirt roads, they're not sealed properly. So there's dust all around. So this is going to be incredible for our drivers and our kids. So I'm very excited for them for that. Who was responsible for the grant and who worked on it?
Myself and Natasha Williams.
Huge thank you to you and Miss Natasha. She's quite incredible. So thank you very much, Natasha and Mr. Mirza.
If I may, really quickly too, I know it's really hard for our district the size it is and with our fundings and all that, it's really hard to get grants. So really kudos. Thank you.
Congrats on securing the grant. That's a lot of money that the state's given us. It's awesome. My question would be on the charging side of it. You're saying they're providing the charger with the bus?
Well, yeah, part of the grant is to apply for the infrastructure. And so we've secured the bus. And so it's a part of the process. So they will be coming out and scheduling and looking at where they're going to install the infrastructure. So I don't foresee us getting this bus until late in the year, because they have to do the whole infrastructure process first.
Do we have solar out here yet?
No, that's a pending project.
So, okay, so the answer would be that they're going to hopefully supply the charger, they're going to install the charger. There shouldn't be any out-of-pocket expense to us for that.
There was a separate grant that came with this grant, and we applied for that, and we got that secured as well. The point that I'm at right now with this grant is just bringing the cost for this. There is no zero to minimal cost for the charging infrastructure.
Congratulations to securing another good job that you've done. And my only request would be that we have spinners on the bus, on the wheels, just to add to it, make it a little more fancy. Thank you.
I have a real question, Chad. Is there a catalytic converter on this bus that can be
No.
stolen 2 times? So we have to put up a new fence?
There's batteries, they can steal the batteries.
No, there's not.
Oh, thank you for your confidence.
So I think this is really exciting for us to get, we're moving ahead, and kudos to you and Natasha for getting the grant in and then working on your second grant. That I'm looking at this bus and it's got chrome wheels, so I'm sure it shows up with chrome wheels. So I get that the 48,000, and I remember when you first brought it up, well, who's paying for the charging station? And you said, well, we got another grant, we're paying for that too. So our total bill is going to be around 49,000, and I think that's awesome, and I really appreciate your hard work. Thank you. Any further discussion from board? If none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls grab aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. The electric bus is approved. Schedule it for tomorrow morning. 11C, expanded learning opportunities plan summer and school year 2022-2023. Motion to consider.
Kelly Jensen, so
Kelly,
moved.
I'll second.
Brianna, Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you. This is the ELA funds, if approved, will support Sunny Days to continue their enrichment activities, not only for summer of 22 and then moving into the fall. So as for the recommended action, summer would be about 32,000, and then for the school year, about 133,000 roughly. Mr. Mirza, if there's any comments that you'd like to share.
Oh, we have Sandra from the Sunny Days online, Alex, and
Are they still there?
yeah, they're still there. She just texted me. Yeah. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Amy.
Hi, if you have any questions, I am here to answer them.
Board member discussions for
I'm trying to pull up the PowerPoint really quickly. Is there a PowerPoint for this?
Yeah, there's a right there, the presentation of first. Right there.
Did it have the amount of students? And it's a 12:1 ratio for TK and K, I believe I read.
Sandra?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
I didn't see how many students were gonna be enrolling.
It would be up to 30
Okay,
and TK would be included.
and TKK is a 12:1 ratio, correct?
It's a 1 to 10.
1 to 10.
Yes,
Oh, yes, because of ELOP. Okay, thank you.
yes.
These questions are for staff. Does this have anything to do with ESY?
No, it does not.
How are the 30 kids picked?
They're prioritized by free, reduced.
Okay, so it's Title I kids. Is there, is this COVID funded?
It's ELOP funded, which is expanded learning opportunities. It's like state funded. which
So
is state funded.
are we doing recovery? Is this what we're trying to do?
Yeah, it's enrichment for the students.
Okay. I don't want to dive into the empty pool here, but I was hearing a lot of comments tonight about sped failures and service failures and all that kind of thing. So is there any sped component to this? So that's all in ESY. I think there's some confusion out in the crowd about the responsibility of sped being at the site and not up here at the board. Okay. I personally don't know how, I guess you would sign your kid up. This is a mandatory thing. So I'm thinking based on past experience and some input that we've had that what if 60 kids sign up? Are we still ready to go?
We would have to open another classroom for them.
Is the cost reflective of duplication by kind of, we'd be looking at the same expenditure if the class size doubled?
Well, we would have to come back with a new contract. with Yellow
But what I'm saying is we have ongoing contracts with Sunny Days. So we don't know that there's any behavioral problems of their staff. As you hear what I'm saying, there's been no third party liability with this group to the district. And so these costs are pretty much in line with their normal costs that you would extrapolate out over a monthly fee.
Yes.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Just one quick question. Now, no, I don't have a question. It's a different subject. All right, no further discussion. Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls UFI.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, and motion carries 5-0. 11D, 2022-2023 LCAP hearing meeting number 1. Motion to discuss.
I'll move.
I'll second Kelly Jensen.
Ken, Kelly, Dr. Zahakian. Wait, we'll open this one in. All right, you're on, Doc.
Good evening, board members. So today we're going to hear myself, Nicole Chen, if she's still there, we'll be presenting to you our LCAP, our year 2. And so let's just get right into it. Alex, there we go. So the development timeline, we came to you guys mid-February and presented to you our annual one-time supplement and kind of gave you our mid-year results, where we were academically, attendance-wise, our family and student engagement. And so we're at the point where we're at the public hearing, and then the next board meeting, you guys will be adopting it, and then the County Office of Education starts their review process. Next slide. No. Okay, so last year's LCAP was year 1 of the new 3-year L plan. And so there has been some significant changes based on expenditure tables. There's been 2 annual updates, and we also presented to you guys a learning continuity plan, along with just changes in different languages and expected outcomes for the 3 years. And we had to make sure we were meeting all those requirements when we developed the program. Next slide. I have bad luck with this clicker. Yeah, so part of the LCAP components contain budget overview for parents. 21-22 supplement is new this year. The 22-23 LCAP template, which includes the summary. There's a piece in there where we have to educate partners, our stakeholders, talk about increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low income, and then kind of outline in the LCAP our entire action plan to execute the plan, meaning outline the actions, the goals, the actions, and then tie the dollars to that. In order to be able to actually get our budget approved, we have to have this LCAP approved first. No. Sorry, Alex. So the process for engaging educational partners is consultation. We meet with pretty much all of the stakeholder committee groups, classified, parents, ADA, principals. Who am I leaving out? A DLAC group. We actually met with SELPA as well to make sure that they look over our plan review to make sure that it encompassed the SPED students as well. So we held all of those stakeholder meetings. Actually, even the student council meeting, we met with the students to get their input as well. And so these are the state priorities at a minimum that the LCAP must cover. And I'm not going to read them all, but basic services, implementation of state standards, access to courses, parental involvement, people engagement, school climate. And so Nicole, Sean, if you're there.
Here, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to briefly go over some of our goals as part of our LCAP. Goal 1 is our academic goal, and it is that the district will provide high quality education system for all students. And I think if you know me and our team, all means all. So as in support of that goal, we have continued to work on our MTSS multi-tiered systems of support implementation, and our team has drafted a new handbook for the entire district and built supporting documents for that. We've attended training and are looking to create a vertically aligned system between all 3 school sites. Also, the English language development team updated the master plan, and the district at large has worked to expand program offerings, particularly in the areas of CTE and STEM. Next slide. Goal 2 is focused on maximizing learning time and eliminating learning barriers, so attendance and discipline. Obviously, for attendance, we're still impacted by COVID to a certain extent, but hopefully we're seeing improvements in that, and we still have time to look at other root causes of why particular students are struggling with attendance. And then each site continues to progress in their implementation of positive behavior supports and intervention. Next slide. Goal 3.
Sorry, Nicole.
Gotta look like happy. Well, goal 3 is basically about involving communities, community and parents in decision making and having homeschool and community school connections. Again, heavily impacted by COVID. A lot of our, community connections and parent opportunities were either put on hold or moved into virtual spaces. And now that we are we're seeing restrictions lifted, that we are able to have more opportunities for those things, including having our parent groups, ASMO, ELAC, and PTO meeting on our campuses, more athletic events, district staff able to go and participate in community events and those kinds of things. We've also added some new opportunities like Shadow Days Collaborative, Tuesday Talks with the Superintendent, Coffee with the Principal. And we've also increased the number of bilingual support staff at each site. And I know that there are also some plans in the works for moving forward and bringing more homeschool connections and parent involvement opportunities to our schools. Now the next slide. Goal 4 is ensuring that our secondary students are on track to graduate from high school and are college and career ready. So it was already shared that this year we had a 100% graduation rate, which is extremely exciting. So a lot of that work is done by our counseling team. They meet with kids, they track their progress from 8th grade up, creating those plans, supporting credit recovery. We're also excited to add the new Community Arts Collaborative and their adopted plan.
And goal 5, it remains the same from last year. So this focuses on safe schools, facility maintenance, making sure we have access to instructional materials, and has mental health component to it as far as making sure. And in this goal, I think it accounts for our nursing staff and our health attendance clerks. Yeah. The approval process, like we mentioned, you guys will be adopting it by next board meeting, hopefully, and then it goes to the county office of education, and the budget cannot be approved until this LCAP is approved. The good thing is we've already pre-submitted our LCAP to Lakeland, so they've already had a pre-review of it, and we've already made the suggested corrections that they've highlighted and sent it back. So we're in a good process. And so these are just some of the proof of collaboration, picture meetings, those Dr. Sahaki with the students. Here's the DLAC group, and here is the virtual ADA group that we met with. And here's classified group, and here is the parent group. And so, and here are some of their inputs. So the next couple slides are just basically, what areas we're working on, what opportunities that we have to grow. So we did that for each of the stakeholders. And so, well, that's this. Let's keep going. And so if you guys have any questions.
Board member discussion.
I don't have questions. I've looked at this before I came tonight and read it over, but between some of the plans that has come forward, some of the professional development that's come forward, and some things that we've been working on, I just think you guys have been doing some great work. So I just want you to know I appreciate you, and it's nice to see that there's just some good work coming forward for our students. So thank you very much.
I like it captured all the community input. Sometimes that's really hard. I've been at these meetings where I was the only one there from the community. So you guys have done a lot more there. Are you still there, Nicole?
Yes, I'm still here.
Nicole, go away.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I thought she went away. Nicole, I remember you when you were when you were pushing computers on me, and I didn't even know what you were talking about. And I'm like looking at these kids, and they're like, I don't know, 8 years old. And I'm like, okay. And you were very passionate about it. And then it turned into you were like able to escape your room and help all the kids. Oh, thank you for being Tammy's homeroom teacher 6 times between the time she was in 1st grade and 4th grade. But I've kind of watched your development. I didn't know the day would come where you would be contributing to the educational aspect of the LCAP report. I knew that I was happy you were in the classroom. I have to be careful here. I was very happy you were in a classroom as long as my kid was in there. But I wondered when you would outgrow the classroom. I wondered when you would outgrow technology. And now I'm wondering when you're going to outgrow the district office in the role you're doing now. I very, very much appreciate you. I'm very proud of your performance, your personal progression. And I'm very proud that we have an assistant superintendent team that encourages and accepts the growth and potential you have. Thank you.
I second that. Wait, I will say, Nicole, you're a trooper. Thank you for hanging out with us.
I have nothing to add other than thanks for being up so late, guys, and walking us through. Thank you.
Nicole, we go way back when you were working over at the Agua Dulce School, and so it's no surprise to me the hard work and dedication you put in. I really appreciate it. Us on your team and putting everybody together. Tremendous work. I really appreciate it.
So the LCAP team also consists of Ms. Van Ornum and the new principal, Nicole.
Your entire team. It's phenomenal, the work that you've gotten done. It's exciting reading, so I was sitting there, it took me like 5 days to get through it. I'm like, oh, this is really exciting, but I know you put it in a format that gives me an idea about what's going on, and I really appreciate that. Thanks. Any further board discussion? Okay, this hearing will close at 12:12. Okay, 11E, budget hearing, 2022-2023 budget hearing number 1. Motion to consider.
I'll move.
Ken?
I'll second.
Chad, we'll open this hearing at 12:13 PM.
Yes.
Dr. Zahaki.
And turn it over to Mr. Mirza, but just like the trustees, I'd like to echo the same sentiment. Thank you, Mr. Mirza, your team for your tireless efforts. This is not an easy task. And I know it's very hard to get in to see you at times because the door is closed and you're plugging away. We appreciate all that you do. And with that, it's yours.
Okay, so I'll be presenting to you tonight at the 22-23 Acton Agua Dulce budget. I'm not sure why it's in PDF. It's okay, don't worry, we'll go with it. So we'll go over the reporting requirements, go over the reserves, go over the enrollment, ADA trends. Actually, we're going to talk about the ADA trends because that's what is important this year. It's a little bit different from previous years. We'll go over the revenues, expenditures, ending fund balance, and then the MYP. So per ed code 42127 and 52062, we must hold 2 separate meetings with the governing board. The first is the hearing that we did with the LCAP, and now it's the budget hearing. And the second meeting, you guys will be adopting in that particular order, the LCAP and then the budget. And so when we develop the budget, you obviously have to develop the LCAP at the same time. And we take all of the goals that we created for the LCAP and tied the allotted budget amounts to them that we're getting from the state and the feds. So our district reserves continue to be strong, which is a good thing, being a small school district. We're at 22-23, we'll be at 77%, and then 22-23, 24, dropping a little bit, 72.96, and then by 24-25, we'll be at 64%. Our enrollment ADA trends, is there any way to increase that size, Alex? All right, so yeah, that's fine. That's perfect right there. So our 22-23 ADA is based off a 3-year average. So we look at the 3 years prior and average these up, and we're getting 930.11. This is the new way to, kind of maximize our ADA. If we just look at our current year ADA, it's at 835. And so that's about 95, difference of 95, that equates to about $1 million swing. So if we didn't have that leverage from the state, that additional, that they came up with this technique to be able to use the 3-year average, we would be at a loss of $1 million of our main source of funding, which is our ADA.
Mr. Mirza, can I just interrupt? And I apologize. Just for those who are listening, if you could just define ADA, meaning
average daily attendance,
and
students
then
so
versus enrollment numbers.
Our enrollment is actually on a slight incline, but it's not going to matter if the students are not in the seats. We get funded based off of them actually attending and being present and sitting in the seats. So, no problem. And so this is our total combined general fund budget. If you look at our LCFF funding from 21-22 to 22-23, it's going down about 376,000. Our federal revenue is going down 991,000, state revenue 665,000, and local revenues are going up a little bit by 2,600. And so LCFF is increased by 6.56% COLA. That is a positive for us, for all school districts. That the governor is based on the May revision. We are getting 6.56% COLA, and we are not transferring any funds out from the general fund to Fund 14. So out of the total LCFF funds, out of that 11 million, 1.4 million must be used for increase and improved services for our 576 unduplicated population. Our federal revenue you see is decreasing is because we removed approximately $1 million of one-time COVID funds that we received. And so the remaining of that difference is basically our carryover funds. So our federal programs are like Title I, Title II, Title III programs. Since we're closing the year out, we cannot close it with our carryover money. And we have to budget accordingly just based on what our allocation is. So when you see first interim, you're gonna see the flip side of that is that I'll be adding all of our, because by the time first interim comes out, I've already closed the book. So I'll be adding all of our carryover back to our accounts, our federal and state revenues. Okay. And so sorry, so state revenues are reduced because of the one-time supplemental funds that we are purchasing the other gas buses from and our educator effective funds that were removed. Next slide. So our total charter oversight is budgeted at 1%. That's the maximum we're allotted to do. And so it comes out to 1.2 million. We do charge assurance. They're here in our district office. We're charging them their rent fee. And then I lead Acton Agua Dulce that rent out our facility over there. We're charging an annual $242,000 fee. So our total revenue for a charter is about 1.5 million. Our general fund expenditure summaries, let's see here. Certificate salaries went up about 130,000. Classified is the flip side of that. It went down about 138,000. Benefits went up basically because of STRS and PERS increases, and we'll see that in a few slides. The supply services, capital outlay, as you can see, we've decreased all quite a bit. And the majority of that is based off of just removing placeholders that we had in for COVID dollars that we're no longer receiving. Next slide. And so our majority of our expenditures, 76%, is based on certificated, classified, and benefits. 9% supplies, 13% services. The majority of our budget is our labor force, which is our staff. And these are just the assumptions that we use to plan. Sorry, you're on the right side, Alex. Next slide, yeah. So as you can see, the Cal STRS rate from this year, 16.92 is going up to 19.10. And they project that to be the same in all out years. Cal PERS continues to climb. It's never really catching a break here. You're 22.91, it's going up to 25%, and so forth. Next slide. So I kind of went over this, but our expenditure variances, certificated salaries increased mainly due to step and column increases and based on actuals as far as we're almost in June 30th ending. So we kind of projected based on where we think we're going to land on our certificate salaries. Benefits reflect an increase based on STRS and PERS. You have supplies and materials that were reduced based on Chromebooks and technology replacements that were already purchased. Budgets were also reduced to reflect the removal of COVID and ELOP funds. Contracted services accounts were reduced to about 474,000. So this is a big area that we looked at and removed any excess budgets for like legal or anywhere that I can take away first before I touch the salaries and benefits. I look at the supplies and materials and see where we can cut that. And so capital outlay was another one that we just removed the placeholder because we had temporary holders for COVID funds that we thought we would be purchasing capital outlay. And so fund balance, as you can see, is good news. It's going up. You see 22-23 right there. It's increasing from about 2.49%. Then you see 4.53% increase in the 23-24 school year, and 24-25, Alex, was just scroll a little bit down. You're going up about 6.49% in the ending fund balance. So our ending fund balance is growing, which is great. And so this is the MYP. And so just click follow me if you can. Beginning balance is 13.8 million. Our projected revenue for that year is 15.623 million. And so you subtract those two and you have a surplus here. So we're not deficit spending. If you look, $345,000 here, $643,000 here, $278,000, our ending fund balance is growing. And these are just our assignments for negotiations or anything else that comes up. And so that's what you're looking at. And our summary of our other funds real quick, the next slide, Alex. So our other funds are doing well. We have positive fund balances in all of them. We have 174,000 in child nutrition. Fund 14, deferred maintenance, we still have 87,000. Fund 17, we have 3,000. Fund 25, which is for capital facilities, 393,000. Fund 35, 3,600. Fund 40, we still have 346,000. And Fund 49, which is our community facilities fund for the development that's supposedly happening here. Fund 17 is $3,000. I know there was a comment made earlier, but $3,000, this money has to be specifically spent at the Vasquez gym. There was a bond passed during that time, so we cannot do anything with this money besides spend it for that particular purpose, just to clarify. The rest, Fund 25 and Fund 40, these are mainly what we're going to be utilizing since we're no longer transferring money out of the general fund to deferred maintenance. We'll be utilizing these funds to do any big capital infrastructure projects, High Desert Field, any of the summer projects that you'll see at the next meeting that you guys will be approving, hopefully. And so we'll be using these funds for that. And so, next slide. In summary, we're able to meet our financial obligation, which is certified positive for this year and 2 years out. Revenues have increased based from prior year. We had 6.56 COLA. That's good. All the revenues have been updated to remove COVID funds, any extra ELO funds. Declining enrollment it's really not declining enrollment. It's ADA is projected to decline. You're going to see that. I budgeted at a slight decline in enrollment, but really our ADA is what's taking, and that's what we need to improve on. So everything else, the stirs and purrs have been adjusted. No funds being transferred out at this moment. Technology purchases have been limited. Textbook adoption is included in the upcoming fiscal year because I think we've adopted the science curriculum, right? And so there's what's next, history, social sciences. There'll be some other adoptions that are upcoming in the upcoming year. So I left those dollars in there for that. And then negotiations have been settled with ADA and CSEA for 21-22, and that's already been added on the line item of the budget. But actually expenses have already been incurred because we've already cut the checks and everything. So yeah, and then final notes, we just have to continually be prudent because it's a small district. The pendulum could swing real quick either way. And so the outlook is our ADA is declining. Our COVID money is really going to be exhausted pretty soon. Unless there's light at the end of the tunnel by improving our ADA, we are lucky to have those reserve levels because it'll sustain us. Our average payroll is about $1 million. But when you have 11 million, it'll sustain you for about 11 months. So you can keep everybody employed and continue, and hopefully we get some relief. That's about it. Next slide. So yeah, I've reiterated this. Hopefully you guys adopt it next meeting, and then you'll get approved, and then we'll see you. Then we'll have September 15th unaudited actuals are due. That's so right now it's the estimated actuals in the budget where we think we're going to close, but on September 15th we'll actually present to you with the auditor as well that where we actually landed with all the chips, all the receivables, all the payables are done. How did we actually do? That'll come on September 15th. And then December 15th will be the first interim. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So on board member discussion.
No, thank you very much. I know there is a math adoption coming up. I think that will be the next one, unless we need social sciences, but that one will be coming shortly. And we expect that the prices for curriculum is going to go up like everything else is going up. So yeah, that will be a big one as well.
Okay, help me understand. Where I work, the general fund goes year to year, and you can't roll the general fund. You can roll capital improvement project funds. Or do you have any use it or lose it funds that you can't that you can't roll.
No.
That would be good. That's good, because if you end up finding like, oh, we gotta buy 4,000 rakes because we have the money, and if we don't spend it this year, then next year they'll go, why didn't you spend this? So along those lines, I noticed that your summer projects, you try to like hold money just in case something happens, and then use your money at the end of the year to do your summer projects?
No.
Okay.
We prioritize, sit together, prioritize all the projects and see what's feasible based on the funds. That
I'm always confronted with the fact that I might have an $80,000 windstorm or rainstorm. So at the end of the year, I'm trying to, but you guys have that ability to use what's left of this year and then continue the projects with the new year funding.
Yes.
Okay, cool. You know the question I'm going to ask. What was your net increase on charter revenue over what your actual cost was?
Zero.
Zero. Oh, look at that. Was there any encroachment on the general fund from cost of doing business with charters that would take away from our, in other words, is it costing us $2 to get $1 back on the charter stuff?
No, we're breaking even.
Okay, and that's what's supposed to happen, but sometimes there's, have there any compliance claims or legal exposures on the charters?
No.
Okay, so you don't have to like extrapolate based on a historic regression, like I had $100,000 worth of legal fees on the charters this year, so I might as well. So there's nothing significant in there.
No.
Your projections for the next couple of years included the on the book increase that the teachers received this year.
Yes.
Okay.
It is already in our expenses. Yeah.
Good. Your 64.25% reserve in the third year out.
Mhm.
That's good, because I was always worried about the sustainability of the increases in salaries. Not that people don't deserve them or anything. It's the bottom line is, was it due to the reserve? So I have a on your toes, get your calculator out, ready to go. Okay, I'm gonna throw you, I've got a that's okay. Okay, just lengthen it out as much as possible. I'm gonna throw you a $200,000 settlement on the district right now. What does that do to your budget?
200,000?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's.
like, can you tell me with a number how significant that would
Well,
be?
100 average salary for a teacher with benefits would be about 75 to 80,000. So it's, I mean, if you.
So if I have a
two
$200,000
teachers.
settlement,
Yeah, 2 teachers, yeah.
okay, I'm being really serious here. If I have a $200,000 settlement, I've just cost the district 2 teachers. If I have a $400,000 settlement, I've cost the district.
4
Yeah.
teachers.
So in the end, you don't look at things, and I see Kim over there shaking her head. You're not looking at stashing money in a corner. You're looking at, I can't fund valid programs and grow programs if I have offsets like that can be avoided. And I know you all do everything you can. Some people look for those kinds of, I don't know, what do they call them, bonuses, but yeah, they're devastating. As always, thank you.
I know 300,000 is small potatoes, but I'm curious, the VHS, or yeah, $3,000. Is there a plan for that, or are we just hanging on to it because?
I don't think there's been small talks about doing things to the gym, but there's been no formal plan. But really, those funds are stuck there until we figure out a plan.
So it's there to spend. We're not just saving it for a rainy day
No,
in case
it's
of
there to
something.
spend, yeah.
It's there to spend. That's interesting. Very cool. I know the answer to this, but why is our ADA much lower this year than it has been in the past? That was significant. So can you say why it was so low?
I mean, we have short-term independent study, long-term, and it was a mess. I mean, this year with COVID impacts. And
COVID, there's the magic word.
Really
And if I could chime in, Ms. Taxani, if you don't mind. Across the board, many districts are actually facing the same decline in ADA. Just the ruckus and disruption to direct instruction and students being out and so forth, so on. And kind of being a little bit more lenient when it comes to, let's say, a start process and attendance contracts with families. We just knew that there's just so many anomalies this year. But for next year, kind of returning, keep fingers crossed, to some normalcy where we could actually work with our families on attendance plans and contracts, just to get students back on track for attendance.
So ADA, our enrollment is a big deal, but ADA is what we're paid on. So my request is I would like to see plans, and I know it would be several different things, but a plan on how to get kids to come to school. Miss Wanda at High Desert calls me when my student is absent. If that call, when Lynn was here, we were directed to call the day that the student is absent. That requires the teacher to take attendance in the morning. And we were calling by 10 o'clock and we were asking, is there any way you can get your kids to school? If they're in class for a period of time, it does not have to be all day. We do get paid for that day. I would like to see several different incentives for the school sites on if they bring their ADA up, for parents, for students, for classes. Give them a pizza party if they have the best attendance on campus. Just different things to incentives to have kids come to school, even if it's for an hour. But we do know, and it's not just about money, we do know that kids learn better if they're in their seats. We have learned that through COVID. We've known that, for years and years. It's a proven fact. Kids in seats learn better. It brings our test scores up. It brings their grades up. It's easier for teachers to teach. And when we're talking budget, it's huge to have those kids in seats. So incentives would be awesome. I would love to see what we can do across the board in all different aspects to bring some incentives for ADA. Thank you.
Good work as always. I got nothing else to add from what Ken and Fran said.
Yeah, keep up the good work, man. I just really appreciate keeping the district in good stead with Waco, making sure we maintain that positive. That's good for everybody to do that. And your charts and so forth, I have to look at them on paper rather than PowerPoint because I want to make notes and I look at them. And so I appreciate your hard work. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further board discussion? Okay, we'll close this hearing at 12:35 a.m. Calendar. Dr. Zahaki.
Are we on 13A? Forgive me, Mr. Jorgensen.
12.
12A.
Calendar, June 20th will be the last one for this.
Right.
And that'll wrap up all of the fiscal requirements and everything we need for reporting.
Yes.
Board member discussion. Okay. There's no action taken, just getting an advice on that. Okay, future agenda items, Dr. Saki.
At this point, Mr. Jorgensen, like you mentioned, we're trying to prioritize, some of the end of the fiscal year business. So there'll be some items there for June 23rd. That's what I have for now. Thank you.
Any board members for future agenda items? And the last item, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
A motion.
Chad seconds.
Brianna And Chad, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Balls Graf, aye.
Brianna Texoni, I.
Tim Jorgensen, this meeting is adjourned at 12:37 a.m.